के लिए और अपने लिए, धड़कन के लिए, जीवन के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। सांसों के लिए, बचपन के लिए, आशा के लिए, सपनों के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। के प्यार के लिए, इंतजार के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे।
We start the program now. I request Member Administration, NHAI, and President HOAI to please come on the dais and take his seats. Respected Member Administration NHAI Shri Vishal Chauhan ji, Shri Harikishan Reddy ji, President Highway Operators Association of India and the Chairman Cube Highways, members of jury for National Finale, road safety experts present here, officials of NHAI. I welcome you all to the National Finale of Road Safety Hackathon organized by NHAI and HOAI. Before we move on to the proceedings of the program, I request Member Administration and President HOAI for lighting of lamp. Also request Secretary General of HOAI and officials from Road Safety Division to please join on the dais. Now we formally welcome Shri Vishal Chauhan, Member Administration NHAI. I request Shri Arvind Kaleji to present a bouquet to Member Administration. We also welcome Shri Harikishan Reddy ji. I request Shri Suresh Kumar ji to present a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. The countrywide road safety hackathon focusing on identifying challenges and solutions for improving utilization of foot over bridges was started in January this year. Zone-wise participation from students from various colleges, institutions was held, and today we are having national finale of this National Road Safety Hackathon. Now I request Shri Harikishan Reddy ji for his inaugural address.
Member Admin NHAI, Sri Vishal Chauhan ji, distinguished delegates, colleagues from HOAI, friends from industry, and most importantly, the next generation that we are looking up to for solutions, the students community. I started my career after my PhD at IIT Kanpur in 1998, December. It was December 28. It's almost like 27 years now in the industry. It was our dream for almost like close to 3 decades to bring industry, the policymakers, academia on common platform. There have been so many workshops, conferences, which are largely driven by institutions, when I say institutions, academic institutions, very little participation from industry. There have been a lot of workshops, conferences by NHAI and ministry. Industry attends, but I did not see the participation of academia. This probably is the first event that I can, from my memory, like I can pull, like basically where this is planned by NHAI and ministry on the policy making side, and industry supported. That is the Highway Operators Association of India, and a big participation from institutions and students specifically. Dheeraj, who was coordinating this event, he tells me there were about 25,000 registrations, about 4,500, maybe plus 4,500 applications, and I think finally they have shortlisted about 10 or 12 today, which will be, kind of in some sense, we'll go through that, and we'll see, what kind of, proposals that we received. So going back to about 10 years ago when we were starting Cube Highways, largely for the students who are attending this this session today, when we started Cube Highways, this was in May 2015. We acquired our first asset. Except for me and a couple of others, all others were 25 or less kind of age. So we thought basically we have to construct the transportation in this country through young minds. And today it's the largest, one of the largest privately owned road operating platform, quite successful, I should say. And I see basically with this event and many more in the future that we will be planning along with NHAI. Our idea is to involve younger generation for futuristic solutions. Coming to today's event, the safety, unfortunately, we have this record, I wouldn't call it a record, but basically which you would want to forget, the road crashes and the fatalities from road crashes. Unfortunately, we are at the top of the list. And when we, go deeper into this, about 2/3 of accidents or the fatalities are basically either pedestrians or who are riding a two-wheeler. And if you go further down, I think most of these fatalities, the people involved probably 15 to 40 years. So therefore, a lot of working group that we are losing for these accidents. There have been so many in every conference in the last 2-3 years, there is always a session on safety. So therefore, there is a lot of emphasis on improving safety on Indian roads. And this event actually, improving the pedestrian safety, I think basically a lot of work that got to be done here. Today morning I got down, I was coming out of the terminal, airport terminal. I was just crossing to go to the parking area to get into the taxi. I was crossing on a pedestrian on the pedestrian crossing, a zebra crossing. I was thinking basically I have the right of way, but I see a car basically coming, and he doesn't care for the people who are crossing on the pedestrian crossing, right? But he goes at the same speed, and the driver expects basically all the pedestrians to stop and give him way. So if you get to the fundamentals of a pedestrian safety, who has a right of way on zebra crossing, right, or at a pedestrian facilities, so I think our work has to start from there. Basically, how do we bring this behavior? Other than, I guess, the Indian subcontinent, so we include Pakistan this side, maybe Bangladesh that side. To any other country, you go when somebody is crossing on a zebra crossing, a vehicle stops and gives way to a pedestrian. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen in our country. So I think we need a paradigm shift. How do we bring that? What we should do, what we will do, education, enforcement, training, and so on like that. So but unless that happens, the respect, as a person who's intending to know, cross at a zebra crossing, if nobody is respecting, why will I cross at a zebra crossing? I'll cross anywhere because it's equally likely, obviously, if there's an accident happens here, or the accident happens at zebra crossing, the probability seems to be very similar. So therefore, I think there is a lot of work that got to be done on this, and it becomes even more challenging when we are talking about the rural highways, intercity corridors. There are villages, there are schools, there are places of worship. One side there's a market, other side is the entire village. So therefore, the situations are very, very complicated. I hope basically all the finalists would have looked at. But I think as a community, what we have to do is we need a data-driven approach to improving safety. Most of the times, our conclusions are hypothesis. That's unfortunate. And I've looked at, Dheeraj brings a lot of data to us. Whenever we start looking at the data, for all the accidents, the root causes, the driver is either asleep, driver is drunk, or he's overspeeding, right? And we don't see another reason. So, and is the data right? Are we going to conclude or derive conclusions based on this data? And what should we do, to improve? So we had a conference about a month ago on next generation technologies. We suggested to Chairman NHAI. In fact, he promised that he will create a group of road safety specialists. So the practicing industry will submit the data largely thanks to this ATMS. Now we are having a lot of visual data that we can use. So we thought we will create a group, and we will keep posting these videos. If you have from ATMS, and do a very thorough scientific analysis to come to right conclusions and therefore solutions. If we continue to believe that it's just because of a drunken driving or a fast driving, or there could be actual reasons, but where is the data? So I think we need a data-driven approach to improving safety as a whole, and pedestrian safety specifically. So with that, I'll conclude. Thanks for all the attendees, and all the best to all the contestants who will make their presentations today, and hopefully obviously we will have some implementable ideas from this younger generation that I say. Thank you.
Now request to Mr. Dheeraj Sethi to please come on the dais and give us an overview of the activities held during this hackathon in last 3-4 months.
Yes, good morning all. By the time this opens up, yeah. So, yes, so I'll take 10 minutes of time to quickly take everyone through journey of hackathon, how at the conceptual idea started, and today we are at national finale. So our hackathon was focused mainly on challenges and innovations in pedestrian crossing facilities, that too mainly focused on footwear FOBs. And so we all, as Dr. Reddy also mentioned, and each one of us by this time also know that we lose almost 21% of road fatalities are pedestrian and vulnerable road users. So there was this problem statement that can we focus towards that, and very niche area where we have tried to work or ask students the solutions or problems related to foot over bridges. So this is not a very general about pedestrian, but related to foot over bridges. Yeah. So the idea here was, or the objective was, one is get the hybrid solutions, other is behavioral as well as engineering solutions. We wanted to get that. Then diverse stakeholders, bring that different people in as part of this hackathon, promote collaboration. Also have a scalable solutions, and then also do awareness and advocacy through these, because if students are participating, then we can actually create that awareness also as part of this hackathon or competition. Yeah. And then promote road safety, of course. Yeah. So there was a planned reach of hackathon. So what we planned was, yeah. So what we planned was that, there are 25 regional offices of NHAI, and then what we planned is, as per the plan, we had to select six teams from regional offices. Each regional offices, that's how 150 teams have to be shortlisted in stage 1. Then stage 2. Then after that, we have to have one team from each RO, regional office, so that we get 25 teams shortlisted across the country. And then we have a finale. 2 teams from each of the zones, which are NHAI zones of operations across the country. So that was the plan, and then this was open to all undergraduate, graduate and PG students across any stream of India. It is not only engineering, but open to everyone. Yeah. So this has started in 29th November, where the planning stage, the initial idea came up, and then 11th January it was launched, kind of concept stage, and then we had a detailed note stage, then we had a semi-final stage completed on 1st of April, and today now we are at the last stage, that is a final national finale. So this is about broadly. So if I just tell the outcomes or reach of this hackathon, we had 21,500 teams registered across the country. So this is a hackathon where we tried, as part and discussion with our as guidance of NHA also, try to have submissions across the country. Yeah. So if you see, there were 4,700 submissions across each of the country zones of NHAI. Then in the second stage, we shortlisted 200, then 50, and then now today we are at national finale. So I'll just take you through quickly what were this concept stage and detailed note stage. So in a concept stage, actually, the two people have to submit 750 to 1,000 words note, actually, detailed note. So it was not like just submit a 100 word idea or then you get registered. So concept note submission was, people have to submit 4 to 10 pages of a note. So that effort people have, all the participants have done. And in that, what we have asked them to do is a problem identification, where they have to give what are the engineering challenges and what are the behavioral challenges for FOBs. So that was one of the part of the concept note. And then the proposed solutions, what are their solutions? Either they would want to give a behavioral solutions, or they would want to give a engineering solutions. So that was also option given to participants, because looking at diverse involvement of participants. And then there were 20 evaluators actually have screened these across member organizations across HOAI, have screened these submissions, because 4,765 submissions, each submission is 4 to 10 pages kind of a submission. Yeah. Then we have shortlisted 200 teams based on those submissions, and then the shortlisting was, again, when we looked into the institutional footprint, there were a lot of people from IITs, NITs, IIMs, government colleges, and also private institutions, universities. That's how 200 teams are shortlisted. In this, we have further made the competition a bit tough, where people have to further work actually. So here, it was a 2,000 to 2,500 words have to submit as part of the detailed note. So whoever has submitted the concept note, they have to detail out this. Also, what we asked them is, rather than only giving a problem identification, you have to do a feedback survey also. so that your problem identification based becomes a survey based data rather than somebody's hypothesis and all. So it was like that, and also the solutions have to be elaborated. Then we have asked them to take a case study where you also give the problem and solutions. So if they have access to any foot overbridge nearby, or if they do not have access, they can collect any from the information from Google, from internet sources, or from Google Maps, street views. So that option was given because people were there from across the country. So we do not wanted to limit this, that those who have access to foot overbridge then only submit the case study. Yeah. So this is how, and so when we looked into these 200 submissions, we received 10 to 20 pages notes from each of these 200 participants actually. And then when we seen there are 10 plus evaluators again have done a extensive evaluation, and based on that we have shortlisted 50 semi-finalists. Then these 50 semi-finalists have again presented this in details, as today we are having at NHAI finale, national finale. They have presented, all 50 participants have presented. 10 members have evaluated this in online mode. So we had one zone presentation in one day. That's how for 5 days we had these 50 presentations actually scheduled, so that the evaluation also happens zone wise on the same day with the same set of jury panel. Yeah. Now we are at national finale, where top 3 teams we have to shortlist, and of course all top 10 teams are actually the winners here because they have came through such an extensive screening and shortlisting and across the country. And that's where what is the opportunity for winners. I'll not spend time there, but largely it's a 2 lakh rupee first prize, 1.5 lakh rupee, and 1 lakh rupee second and third prize, as well as consolation prize of 50,000 to every finalist team who are going to present here today, the presentation. Yeah. Plus, as part of HOAI internship opportunity to these students also has been, to these 20 finalists is also been promised, of depending on the how they would want to also take up and HOAI members would want to take up. Now just to take it again, of course this was a competition. How did we use the road safety word was spread through this hackathon? So we had a curtain raiser where 1,000 plus people were there at NHAI headquarters, where we presented the curtain raiser. Then we also had a YouTube session where 10,000 plus views were there for all the participants, because this was focused to all the registered participants. Then we had a mentorship session when people shortlisted these 200 teams. We had a live session for them also, so that they understand the detail. In the first mentorship session, we also have connected them about the road safety awareness. All the participants have also taken a road safety pledge. So that is how it has been kind of used also to spread the awareness of road safety. Just to add, like there were, what we came across, this was not planned. There were 3 social media influencers have also released their video on their own actually, where we have seen 4,500 plus views across the country. Of course, because this was kind of limited to student participants and all, but when we see 4,500 plus views or 10,000 views in first mentorship, I think that's where we say that this hackathon has actually reached to the target audience in that way. Then additionally, on-ground spread where all HOI members and all across their 120 plus highways, across NHAI offices and all, there were a lot of these on-ground efforts were done to improve awareness of road safety also, and along with these hackathon details spreading out. So just few extracts, like what are the submissions and all what we received. There were some number of these images and all. People have drawn some of the images. They are just snapshots actually. We are not trying to say that these are just, because we received 4,700 submissions. These are some of the semi-finale submissions where some of the students have also uploaded the interviews of the road users and all. So some of the students have also gave that we were some different stream student, but when we interacted and when we worked into this, we realized that road safety, how important, more than a competition, this is kind of a mission. And that's what we were wanted to drive from a day one with support from everyone. So there were a number of these. So that's it. I think we have 10 best, or I should say 10 shortlisted national finalists, and all the best and best compliments to everyone. And that's my last slide. Thank you everyone for active participation in road safety hackathon. And what is more important, I think, while this hackathon is one part in road safety, but let's be more responsible and continue contributing towards road safety. I think that's the main purpose of this. And I'm sure at early age in colleges, people would have understood this topic, the gravity of this situation, where across the country, actually in every family, we can see road accident victims. And definitely I feel that if 10,000 plus people this hackathon has reached, very dedicated, and people have actually worked on preparation of such a details in a very focused area, FOB, because a lot of time we might say, what are the solutions? This could be 10 solutions. But the way people have actually presented, everybody has came up with their prioritization of solutions and all. I think that's a good contribution to road safety. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for active participation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dheeraj. Now I request Shri Vishal Chauhan, Member Administration NHAI, for his keynote address on role of youth towards road safety.
A very good morning to all of you. Mr. Harikishan Reddy, President, Chairman, Cube Highways, entire team of Highway HOAI, Colonel Sood, Mr. Sethi, coordinator of the hackathon, and entire team of the Highway Operators Association of India. My officers from the Road Safety Cell and other senior officers from the Toll Division and other offices, and dear students who are participating in this hackathon. If we have the data, everybody knows the data that every year we are losing about 150,000 to 2 lakh people on the road, and quite significant of them are the pedestrian, and and most of them are in the young age, which is a very, very productive age for working, and country is losing lot of GDP. It's not only about economics; it's about the human aspect. Why should young people die untimely manner on the road? So it is a very passionate subject, and if I tell you, if in the NHAI, in the government, if one area which is of the top priority, that is the road safety. And we have understood it is a wicked problem. It is not this problem is technical. Also, it need to be addressed. Behavioral also, there are issues. So this problem cannot be solved by one section of the society, or only by engineers, or by psychologists or human behaviorist, or it has to be addressed by everything. It has to start from school, the behavior. It has to, so basically there are three main aspects as far as the road safety is concerned. One is that road engineering, road design, what kind of roads we are creating. Second is vehicle improvement, whether it is a seat belt or the bag, or it's, now latest thing we are trying to introduce is that if drivers, lot of accidents take place because drivers sleep while during, we have no driving times or restrictions. People do 16 hours of driving, 12 hours of driving, and driver dozes off, and then people meet with an accident. So now there are talk of devices coming into the vehicle. The moment driver dozes off, it gives alarm. If a vehicle driver changes lane in an unruly manner, there is alarm. So vehicle engineering, road engineering, and third very important thing is the human behavior aspect of it. We saw 3 accidents in Maharashtra, I think in the Nagpur region. 3 accidents exactly at the same place within 1 week, where a motorcyclist is trying to cross the road, a 4-lane road, in a horizontal, in a 90-degree angle, and meeting with an accident. Either a motorcycle rider met with an accident, or the truck or the bus met with an accident. So there is something to it which need to be understand deeply as far as the road engineering is concerned, or is the human behavior is concerned. In those accidents, it was there on the social media also, in the news media also. Probably motorcyclist is not able to anticipate how fast the vehicle will come, because now the roads are so good. He thinks that I will cross the road, but it doesn't so happen, and vehicles are moving very fast. By the time he is middle of the road, vehicle approaches, and by the time bus or truck driver is also not able to apply the roads. So it is the human behavior. We have a solution for road safety, make a VOP. But if you see in foreign countries, nobody will come on the main carriageway unless he is able to, he will not come on the main carriageway if he sees a vehicle coming on the main carriageway. He will wait for, I have seen people waiting 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, unless the main carriageway is empty, then only he'll come on the main carriageway. In India, we have this tendency that a person coming from the side lane will try to race with the vehicle on the main carriageway. I will come first on the main carriageway. So a lot of things has to do about human behavior. On the human behavior side, Ministry and NHAI is working, making lot of efforts. We are very thankful to Amitabh Bachchan ji, who has taken this initiative, and 16 videos, today we'll be able to see some of these videos. He has developed and released 16 videos about basic things about human behavior. You know, sometimes we say jaldi aao, then the message says that jaldi baji mat karo, whether it is a food delivery guy or it is somebody attending an office, don't be in hurry. So there are so many things. 16 videos he has released. So we are also trying to include something in the school curriculum, so that all students studying in the school from the very early age, they understand these things. I'm very, very thankful to HOAI for taking this initiative. This was not possible to organize event of this scale without the help of especially Mr. Reddy, his leadership for this event. And I'm very, very thankful to them. I'm very happy that lot of participation we could see, and 10 best teams are able to make to this grand finale. I congratulate all those who participated, and especially congratulate those 10 teams. As Milton says, those who wait, they also win. So all, for in our eyes, you all are winner. And it's a, you know, among so many participants, coming in top 10 itself is a very big achievement, but I know you will put your best foot forward. You will show your best presentation. And about 12:30, we'll, our chairman Saab will be there. He's also very passionate about the road safety. And I'm very sure that whatever solutions will come out of it will get adopted in our planning. Every year we make about 6,000 kilometers of road, 3 lakh crore expenditure in the NHAI every year. This year we made 2,45,000, highest ever expenditure. So we are making lot of roads. So whatever ideas you will give will get included in the thinking process of the NHAI. And Honorable Minister has said that this road safety should not get restricted only to 1 week, road safety week, which we organize. It has to be year-round process. It has to be a movement. Everybody has to participate, whether students or engineers, or everybody has to be part of it. So with these words, I congratulate everybody. We have a jury present here, very senior officers, specialists. I'm 100% sure under their guidance, there will be very good discussion about it. So I will not take much of your time, and we have a panel discussion also after it. So I am very thankful to all jury members, all panelists who have taken their time for this event. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Now we will start the presentations from top 10 national finalists. I request dignitaries on the dais to please take their seats in the front row. The presentations will be adjudged by a jury of 9 eminent experts. Shri C.K. Sharma, Chief General Manager, NHAI. Shri Abdul Basit, Chief General Manager, NHAI. Shri Bovin Kumar, CEO, Cube Highways. Shri Pawan Parekh, CEO, Safeway. Dr. Anup Vikal, CEO, Maple Highways. Shri Manish Chitkara, CEO, Sakura. Shri Sudarshan Popli, Advisor, NHAI. Professor Geetam Tiwari, IIT Delhi. Dr. Val Murugan, Chief Scientist, HOD, Traffic Engineering Safety, CRRI, and Srimati Nidhi Madan, Director, Cities and Urban Landscape, Rahagiri Foundation. These are the members of the jury for the presentations. I hand over the mic to Pragya to call the first finalist.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite Innovation Nation to please come forward. So just to remind you, each team will give 8 minutes to present their solution, followed by a question answer with jury.
Aman. Hello.
Hello.
I'll use this, and if possible, if I use this. So hello everyone, good morning jury and all my dear participants. So my name is Shashank Tiwari, my teammate Sakshi Kupekar. We are from Father Concesa Robotics College of Engineering, Mumbai. So this is our project. So the heading of the project is walkwise. So when we started the first submission of the hackathon, our main aim was the pedestrian, like the foot over bridge only for pedestrian. But as we move forward, our methodology for the hackathon was data-driven approach. Like all solutions are being based on the data. There are 2 types of data: historical and the data which we got from the surveys. So historical data like the IRAT integrated road accident database, Mumbai police accidents, and everyone. And the survey, we conducted a Google form survey which we got 292 responses, and we got around like we talked to the people, the main hotspots of Mumbai region, and so the Indian status report on road safety, which is from IIT Delhi, in Maharashtra road report 22, Gujarat road safety. As a team are representing the West Zone. West Zone compromises of 3 states, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Gujarat. So I have studied all these 3 states data. So if I move further, so these are the data which has been from the IIT Delhi. So if we see over here, like in each and every state, the pedestrian death rate is higher. Like here is 23%, in Rajasthan it's 28, in Maharashtra it's 30.9, in Delhi it's 31%. So if all our solution has been aligned to the data which we have got. So it's the insight, and this is the Gujarat. So if I see over here, if I zoom it, so this is the pedestrian accident data which we have got. So here we can see on the 4th point, others where there is no pedestrian infrastructure, like 1,500 fatal injuries were there, accounted over there. And if there is zebra crossing, footbridges, subway, footpath, there are 88, 24, 98. So these all the data which we have gotten, we have made this our solution. So this is the pedestrian fatalities from Mumbai police report. Sakshi will continue this.
So we got this data from the Mumbai traffic police report. So here we can see that the age group of 60 to 75, the death rate is more. Why? There can be two reasons for it. Either the elderly people are not able to walk through it. The next is the trends in the road crash. Here we can see that the motorcyclists and the pedestrians have higher rate than others.
Yeah, so if I move forward, like this all are like Gujarat, Mumbai, Maharashtra and Rajasthan. Every like if you see on this, in this also like 830 pedestrians, like 2,894 pedestrians. So the fatal rate of the pedestrians were much higher in these states. So if I move, these are the survey insights which I took, like 292 responses were there, like challenges in current use, like in the usage of the FOB, how often do you use foot over bridges, what solution would you pick up? All these solutions would have been gathered from all 292 responses. So if I move further, not only from the data which we have collected from the Google form, we have collected like going to the 6 hotspots, like Andheri, Kurla, Mankur, like in the Mumbai region. We have talked to the people, we have conducted the interviews, we have used the FOBs. So if I move forward, our system is like, when we initial stage was only for the foot over bridge for the pedestrians. But as we move forward, as we connected with the people, like we thought like
pedestrians, cyclists and bikers was also needed the footover bridges. So our design has been conducted in multimodal design, enhanced safety system, community integration and smart technology. When I presented in the semi-finale round, we have gotten a solution about like segmented it into urban, semi-urban and rural areas. So this is the multimodal design. Sakshi will explain this.
So this is the multimodal design. These designs will be catered to the different regions like urban, semi-urban and rural. So the basic model can be the entry, the motorcyclist will get the entry from here, then the exit from there, and same will be from the other side. And for the pedestrian, as of now we have shown this as a stairs, there can be elevators or the escalators. And this will be the pedestrian path. So the motorcyclist road will be opening into the highway, while the pedestrian's bridge will be opening after the footpath.
Yeah, so model FOB design. So like as we conducted the survey, there is a basic structure which each and every road user wants, like anti-slipping flooring, escalators for elderly and elevators for Divyangjan. I've conducted the survey. None of the FOB was having a system like which would help Divyangjan or visually impaired people. So night vision CCTV camera, washroom and drinking water, weather protection, shade, shields, solar powered FOBs, ramps for cyclist and wheelchair users, cleanliness, strategic implement, like it should be like accessible near the metro stations or auto stands, taxi stands and bus stands. Aesthetic design artwork to maintain the cleanliness, like if I draw something like a good painting is there, like people have like a sense like they will not spit it, or like what we say, integrated SOS system. So this is the main, like if some woman is like main of the people like in Mumbai, like women are using, like, they are not using the FOB at the night times. There are no CCTV cameras or no security. So if a woman is crossing the FOB at night, and if she gets something like a threat, like she can shout, get, please help me, bachao, bachao, and our system, like I have implemented this, our system will send an automated SOS to the authority, which I will show you in the implement. If someone like, there is a IoT. IoT is basically a computer part, a device. So we have to put over there. It's like costly around 3,000 to 4,000. And if it shouts over there, like it would automatically generating the SOS system. And high barrier, secure railings and this. So we have segmented it into three areas: urban areas, semi-urban areas and rural areas. So the main problem in the urban area was ki, like it's a like high pedestrian traffic and people don't want congestion, like it's a so they want a bigger bridges. So high pedestrian creates congestion over foot. The problems were two-wheelers can take U-turns, like in urban areas, like two-wheelers have accessibility to take U-turns in 1 or 2 kilometers, unrecognized micro markets and security concerns. So the solution would be pedestrians only FOB, no access for bikes, only for pedestrians and small cyclists, smart vending machines, install vending machines for like if I'm like right now I'm from the young generation, so if I want to use FOB, but as I see the psychological behavior, if a company like Lakme or something, if she puts if they put a small vending machine which give, if you scan it and if gets a sunscreen drop, so it like it's come in my mind, if I cross this I can get a free sunscreen drop if I scan, and advertisement also be promoted and I'll just get it to over there. So yeah, and smart vending machines, enhance safety measures, well-lit pathways, CCTV surveillance, motion detection and anti-slipping floorings, and enhance efficient FOB placement near bus stands, and aesthetic designs and cleanliness, revenue generation, advertisement prints. So why this solution work? Encourages pedestrians usage by making FOB safer, reduce congestion by restricting motorized vehicle, and generates revenue. So for the semi-urban area, there is moderate pedestrian traffic with need for bike and cycle. So I have gone to each and every place, semi-urban, rural, and so when I traveled in the semi-urban places, so I wanted to make a U-turn or wanted to cross the lane. So there were no such facility provided. So like moderate pedestrian traffic is there, but we need for bike and cycle as well. Long highway with high speed, like if the highway stretch is very long, so the speed of the vehicle would be eventually high. Lack of activity near FOB makes them isolated and less utilized, and poor lighting. So if the FOB area is very deserted, so like a woman or child will be like, they will think, why should I use this? So if in rural areas, like we have to put up micro markets and awareness campaigns, integrated community spaces, employment opportunities, decorated mural arts, and etc. So if I move forward, implementation.
So the implementation phases are 5. First is the identification of the hotspot, like where the accidents are happening most. then the FOB infrastructure implementation, there will be a basic model for all the three, then the extra implementations will be added for each of the areas. Then the same thing, urban area, semi-urban and rural. Next, the user feedback and iterative improvements. And the last is long-term sustainability. From the data, what we got was, we were able to provide them the infrastructure, but we were lacking in maintaining it. So this long-term sustainability and maintenance can overcome it.
Yeah, so for the maintenance, we can promote local people, so it can eventually like generate jobs opportunity in that area. And for the, like I said, micro market, so we can enhance like, yeah. So this is like what I told about security features. Yeah, and like just like the glimpse of my implementation. So I told you about the SOS part. So if I see over here, ma'am, just the last minute. Yeah. So if I see over the if a woman is there and if she shouts help me, bachao, and we will get it into another language also. So this is the authorized panel which he will get. So just zoom it. Yeah.
So this is how the identification will be done. We can see the listening to the emergency keywords.
It's in Tamil also. So like we can see the location also. Like it's detecting right now National Highways Authority of India. So if I
So this is how the SOS will be reported to the admin.
Yeah, so these all the impact and feasibility, and yeah, this is the case study. So these are the all hotspots which Mumbai crime report have generated. We have gone to all the hotspots, like the geotag location is also there, like which is in Kurla, Sain, Andheri. So like Sakshi will
So our primary hotspot was this, the Santa Cruz one, which was near the Mumbai International Airport, which is in the proximity of 5 kilometers, but it was very poorly maintained. Next.
Yeah, so this was the Western Highway Express, like near the highway. So like this is the FOB in the highway region, which is proximity towards the airport. So we can see the current infrastructure, like there were no railings, no, like the bridges were also, like no shades were there and no CCTV were there. We conducted over there, and like these are the proposed solution relocation which we have, which I have talked in the previous slides. And yeah.
Thank you.
And now over to jury. You have 4 minutes to give your remarks.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. My one question is, what is your key takeaway from your feedback survey?
So ma'am, the key takeaway was like whenever I first I was using the FOB. So initially my mindset was it's just an FOB, like we just have to climb it and just cross it. Why people are having so difficulty in this? But when we like connected to the people, as I am from Mumbai, so like we were taking the survey. Suddenly an auntie came and she talks in Marathi, like we don't have accessibility. I have my like knee fracture. I have the videos also. I can show it to you. So the key takeaway was like for the visually impaired and Divyangjan and the elderly people, like they have no accessibility feature over there. And at the night times mostly, as there were no CCTV and no enforcement, like people used to drink, smoke. So like women have like some kind of like hesitation to use that at night times. So they were just crossing. Like when we were at that FOB location, like FOB is there, escalator is there. Then also people are just like crossing at the grade. I have the video, like just
thank you. So another small query is,
yes, sir.
Basically you try to go about in designing for two out of the 4 solutions, which were 4 options rather.
Yes, sir.
You try to integrate your solution for the two-wheelers also to cross.
Yes, sir.
I understood.
Yeah.
That's what I am asking from that angle. Are you trying to segregate the cyclist traffic also there along with the two-wheeler? That is one question. And second is, since it is you are prompted to do some engineering aspect of that location,
yes, sir.
Mumbai being a very precious location for space, do you feel such a thing is possible at the aforesaid location where you wanted to propose two-wheeler to be separately crossing.
Yes, sir. So that's why I have segregated it into three parts: urban area, semi-urban, and rural. So, sir, in semi-urban and rural, this the FOB solution could be implemented. But sir, in the rural, like the pedestrian traffic is high.
Okay, whatever solution you told, that is for the semi-urban area. That
Yeah.
told. Not for this location where photography.
No, sir. In urban areas, basic solution.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So, any other further questions and suggestions?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
During your presentation, you had said that you will encourage setting up of tea stalls.
Yes, sir.
But my question is, don't you think that putting tea stalls near that place can result in secondary accidents? Because crowd will gather, people will come, parking will happen, and this is a highway.
Yes,
Under
sir.
these conditions, if anybody parks a vehicle there and goes to the tea stall, it
Yes,
can result in accidents.
Yes, sir. So, yeah. So, the
Would you like to rethink about this, or you would like to continue with that suggestion?
So I would like to rethink, but sir, like I have made this decision on the rural and the semi-urban, like where are no lively locations. It's like just a deserted to utilize this space. But in the urban areas, it's like high pedestrian traffic is there. So like if you are in Mumbai or Delhi, you don't want to like be in the, such a crowded area. You just want to use the accessibility feature like elevators, escalators, and just cross the road and save your time. But this solution was for the semi-urban and the rural areas.
Also, sir, that putting up the stall was for the locals. Like even if we are going through the highways, we can see the McD's, the food malls, but the local food is not there. So we can set up, we thought from that perspective as giving the local, a vocal for the local. So the local markets or the local vendors can put.
Like as in Mumbai also at local station, like metro stations, there is one shop for that local area, like one station, one product, that type of, we thought.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Now
much.
We are moving to the next team.
One quick question.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
one quick question. So, very nicely, you've looked at all the issues and how it's sorted out. I just had a couple of questions about, you mentioned accessibility, yet in the detail that you're showing stairs going up, and for scooters, there's a ramp.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's separation between each, and then you're not looking at how you address the at-grade integration of both. So how would you do that, especially in an urban area?
So ma'am, like just like confirmation for the question you're asking, like how we can how we can segregate at a one platform for two-wheelers and the pedestrians. So ma'am, like as the solution said, like I'm not looking for the two-wheelers to cross the road through the FOB at the urban areas, but for the cyclists. So like we can have a separate ramp for them, because like we can see and the data also, like there are if there are 2,000 pedestrians, 250 cyclists are also at the high risk and fatal injuries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you everyone for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
And now, moving to the next team, Urban Eco. So just to remind you, we have 8 minutes for your presentation, and for jury Q&A, we have 4 minutes.
Hello everyone, we are Team Urban Eco and we are from IIT Bombay. Our problem statement is designing an effective foot-over bridge to enhance pedestrian usage. I'm Aishma Sharma and with me is my teammate Pranav Gupta. So this is what more or less we covered. We'll talk more about these in the next slides. So to understand the problem well, we did a survey. We did a reveal preference survey. On the left you can see a snippet of the questionnaire that we used. And on the right, you can see the survey results. So the survey was conducted on a particular location and had people from particular demographics. We did literature review as well, and then we combined the problems that we got from both of them, and we categorized them into 6 major categories. The first one being detour distance and time. Then safety and security concerns, then accessibility, convenience, maintenance issues, and familiarity.
Okay, so from our literature review, we got with this graph. Now, what this graph shows, on the x-axis we have the ratio between the time taken to cross through football bridge and the time taken to cross through signalized crossing. So you can see when the ratio becomes 1, that is the time is equal. Even then people prefer crossing the road on grade. It is only when the ratio becomes about 0.7 people start to use football bridge. So it's very important for us to reduce the time which it takes to cross through football bridge. So either that, or we have to implement some steps that people don't feel that time. People actually enjoy moving through football bridges. So our solution for this is a C2S2 model. C2S2 stands for comfort, convenience, safety, and sustainability. So it's a holistic user-first strategy to transform football bridges into default pedestrian choice. So we have broken down our solution into 2 components, that is the fixed component and a variable component. So for comfort, the first C, comfort, we have seen the 3 components, that is staircase design, flooring and materials, and thermal and visual comfort. So for staircase design, first of all, we propose to have a uniform riser and tread, because in most of the FOBs we see the staircases are too high and it's very difficult for the people to rise, to fall. So for that we propose a very uniform riser and tread, which we got from literature review. So it's about 150 mm riser height and 300 mm tread depth. And then second thing which we propose is intermediate landings with seating. So on the football bridges, we can have stop resting benches on every 12th step, so that the elderly and people with mobility impaired users, they have the place to sit. And one of the last things we proposed was tactile pavings and brain signage for visually impaired people while they walk through the football bridges. Our second C is convenience. So in this, we focus on 3 components, that is user behavior, user engagement, and ease of access. So for user behavior, as you can see on the left, this is a football bridge from Noida. It doesn't have any barrier, and it's very easy for people to cross the road on grade. So if we have some barriers, as you can see on the right, if we have some barriers of those kinds, so it will be difficult for users to cross the road, to go over that barrier and cross the road. So it will actually incentivize the users to use the football bridge. So these are the 5 kinds of barriers we can have. They can range from concrete barriers, recycled tire barriers, then we can have some temporary ones like modular foldable barriers and plastic water-filled barriers. So in places where it's very accident prone, there we can have these permanent concrete barriers, and then the places like schools where we need these barriers only at certain points of time, like when the school, when there's holiday. So in those times we need these foldable barriers, so we can have these implemented at that time. The next is gamifying football bridge. So if something is engaging and rewarding, people will prefer it. So here what we propose is, first things that whatever user goes in a football bridge finds there are some QR codes. If the user scans it, he gets some points, and if he gets enough points, we reward him, and those rewards might range from chai coupons and transit discounts. So we might collab with local chai vendors, and if a user gathers enough number of points, he can get those coupons. So this will incentivize users to go through the FOB bridges because they are getting some rewards for that. So for implementing this solution, we don't know whether it will work or not. So we propose a pilot program. So choose around 5 to 10 football bridges in high footfall areas. And then we run a 6-month pilot program along with data collection. So we see if the usage rate is increasing, we get user feedback, and we see if there is any tech glitches, and then we continue with the solution. So our next point is safety. So for this, these are some of the natural points which come up. That is, we can have high-powered CCTV surveillance, we can have audio alerts, we can have smart motion sensor LED lights in order to save some electricity, we can have anti-skid surfaces on stairs, and we can have proper handles and buzzer on the both sides. So these are some of the very basic points.
For the safety factor, we divide it into 3 categories, that is energy, material, and environment. We'll talk more about these. We are proposing a type of solar panels, that is dust repellent and self-cleaning solar panels. So the preference of the traditional solar panels are its high maintenance cost, dust accumulation, as you can see in this image, and difficulty in access, especially in case of FOBs. We are proposing a solution where we are making solar panels hydrophobic by adding the coating of hydrophobic nano coating and anti-soiling glass materials to make them repellent. And also we'll tell them, we'll mount them in such a way that they have a tilt of 30 to 35 degrees so that any soil or dust particle that gets accumulated there goes away. Then we are also proposing a green wall vertical gardens. So here we are planning to have alternate 1 meter panels made up of glass reinforced plastic, on which we are planning to have plants that can purify air, that can absorb pollutants, and are of low maintenance, such as snake plants or spider plants. For growing medium here, as soil, we are proposing coconut coir as it's lightweight as compared to the original soil that we used to have. And it's also moisture retaining. Also for these, we'll have drip irrigation system installed so that there's no one needed to actually water the plants. For variable factors, so basically that was our main solution that is applicable to all of the FOBs. These variable factors will be implementable only to some specific locations. For example, commercial areas, areas with elderly population, or maybe near some educational institutions, or maybe near hospital or black spots. So for commercial areas, we can directly integrate that FOB to the office building so that it will intensify that pedestrians to use that FOB. For example, on the right, you can see an image of Aero Mall in Pune. There they integrated it with the mall. For areas with elderly population, this is an FOB outside the main gate of IIT Bombay. So we can use these unused spaces for keeping benches, especially for elderly people. For FOBs near any educational institutions, we can have ramps. As on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a person who wants to use the FOB, but because there's no ramp, he has to carry that bicycle and has to climb up. So rather than that, if we can have a ramp integrated in our FOB, then it will intensify that pedestrian to use it. Also, we can have longer pedestrian wait time. That is, okay, this is a case study. We did a case study of an FOB outside the main gate of IIT Bombay, where we did a 5-minute observation. So we found that only 10 people used the FOB, and 50 plus pedestrians, they either waited on the signal or they crossed on trade. Then pedestrians waited there for 4 minutes and had only 15 minutes green phase to cross. So the current situation of the FOB is there's a lot of garbage accumulated there. There are broken tiles and all. And in this picture on the left, you can see that people are waiting outside the main gate and waiting for their turn to cross the road and are not using FOBs. So when we integrated our model, that is the C2S2 model, to this particular FOB, we found that these are the solutions that we can have in this particular FOB. We also did a case study from literature review that was from our college. And yeah, these are the expected impacts. So this will eliminate long pedestrian wait times. Also, the solar panels that we are telling to integrate will make our FOB self-sustaining. Also, it will lower the energy demand and will reduce reliance on non-renewable power sources. Also, it will lead to fewer accidents and will reduce the medical and legal costs, and also will increase the GDP of the country because, yeah, and also the green walls that we are proposing that will absorb carbon dioxide and will release oxygen. And this is a rough calculation of what the benefits will be. So you can see that in a day, an FOB will contribute to purifying about 4,500 cubic meters per day.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll go through this very quickly. This is the feasibility analysis for the footage outside IIT Bombay. So for the cost, we took 2 things. That is the cost which will be reduced from the reduced accidents and the economic benefits we will get from reduced waiting time. So for accidents, those are the calculation on average accident costs that are there in IIT Bombay around the Mumbai region. So the annual savings which we get, assuming 40% reduction in accident due to the use of FOB, that we got to around 20 to 40 lakh. And for the reduced waiting time, we calculated the pedestrian wait time to be around 5 minutes. And from that, assuming pedestrian footfall per day to around 5,000, we calculated the time to be around 417 hours per day to 583 hours per day. From that time, assuming per hour productivity loss to be 125, we calculated total savings of around 1.52 crore to 3.83 crores annual savings. And this is the investment required if we integrate elevators, solar lighting, green roofing and all. And the total investment is around 5 crore. So if we see total annual benefits, total investment to break in 1.2 to 3.3 years if we implement our solution. And for making the solution self-sustainable, we calculated the total solar energy which we'll get from the solar panels. and the FOB energy requirement, and we got that the total energy generated from solar energy is 19.7, while energy requirement is 13.5. So solar energy can actually take load of all the energy that is required by the FOB. Okay, so we'll skip to this. Skip through it. Yeah, so that
Over to Julie. Please keep your comments to 4 minutes.
Hi, I think very good presentation. Just a few points. How do you make the solution self-sustainable? Because look, what you're saying is reduce time from the waiting period, the accident, all the benefits are there. Finally, who is going to maintain all the same? Because what is very important is what is the sustainability of this model? That you don't touch upon. If you can just spend 1 or 2 minutes on that.
So self-sustainability, by that, what we mean is that we are implementing elevators in there. We are having these green roofings and all. So that will have some cost for the FOB. So we want to cover that from the energy we'll get from the solar panels that we put on the top. So that's what I'm talking about self-sustainability, that all the energy requirement that is required by the FOB, that will be covered by the FOB itself from the solar panels, which we'll put on the top.
So the solution that we proposed, if we implement that, and if we see an increment of maybe 50% or 60%, then we can have piezoelectric material on the stairs or on the floor of the foot-over bridge as well.
Yeah, it's a good presentation. I just want to know from you, like the engineering feasibility of that 30 to 35 degree angle which you are telling to keep. Is it, have you tried to go through that literature to substantiate your thing? Because generally the solar cells are not kept at that acute angle. What is your take on that?
Now that is something to think about, because they are implemented in some areas, but again, implementing foot-over bridge will require some structural assessment because there is constant traffic in the foot-over bridge. So that will require.
What I mean is, it should be able to generate that solar power, no? That solar power generation, are you convinced from the angle of what you have seen from the persons who are doing research on that thing? Keeping that kind of angle, is it a feasible? That's what I wanted to know.
That's something you have to look at, because the calculation we did was if the solar panels are flat, so we didn't do the calculation if it is tilted, so that's something we need to look at.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, one very short question. In the beginning, you listed 5 factors that you're considering to improve the usability of FOB. Which are the 2 most important factors out of that?
Okay, so I mean, there were 5 to 6 factors, but 2 of the most important factors, as we saw from that graph, one of those is timing that is there. So if the timing through the FOB is reduced, or the other way around, if the timing to cross the road on grade that is increased, one of these 2 things happen. And if you, as you can see the graph, the timing to cross the FOB, we can get it around 0.8 or 0.7 times the timing to cross the road on grade, then that will be very good. So that's one of the major factors. And second is comfort. Comfort, that will include lighting, elevators, all of that stuff. So comfort and timing.
So you didn't touch upon semi-urban and rural areas. So do you have any thoughts which were left out?
For that, we have the variable factors. That's why we divided our solution into fixed factors and variable factors. So in variable factors, we will cover the area, the demographic of the place. So if there's an, as we discussed that, if we have a commercial area, so we'll have some solution for that particular FOB and so.
I think it's very interesting that you brought in green and solar, and but a lot of it has a very high maintenance aspect to it. Also, so that's, I think, something you have to look at, because a lot of the times if it's done, same thing with an elevator. If the dependence of access is on an elevator and it doesn't work, how is it still accessible? Because that was something you mentioned it should be, right?
Yeah, so regarding the maintenance point, as we mentioned that solar panels currently were not implemented because of the high maintenance cost. So that's why we proposed those anti-coating materials and anti-soil materials we put. Then the maintenance reduces to around 3 to 4 times per year. So that's the amount of maintenance we need if we implement those things.
The literature review that we did shows that if we have such kind of solar panels, then it will require maintenance just once or twice in a year, which is way too less than the traditional solar panels that we have.
I mean, the main reason for maintenance was because if the dust accumulates, the efficiency of the solar panels reduces. So if there's no dust, then we'll have that efficiency.
Thank you, thank you.
Safe road, please come forward. So we will press this bell at 6 minutes and you will get next 2 minutes to summarize your presentation. Okay? So they will introduce.
A very good morning to one and all present here. My name is Abhinan Shaji, and along with me is Vishal KR. We are Team Safe Roads, and we are students of IIT Madras, Chennai. So our topic is redesigning Tambaram footover bridge for pedestrians. Our approach is not the conventional way. We actually considered a case study where we identify the issues with the current FOB at Tambaram, and then we propose solutions which can be even used for general cases of FOBs. So, so first of all, we conducted a preliminary analysis where we went through research papers, news articles, and also conducted a survey where we got responses from various road users. And from the survey, we were able to conclude that about 59.1% of the pedestrians preferred jaywalking over using the FOB, and especially at Tambaram. And 73% of this 59.1% belong to the age group of 18 to 30. This actually implies that the young youth prefers or prioritizes convenience and speed over safety. So the other reasons that people chose not to use FOB were the distance to reach the FOB were a bit high. Then the physical exhaustion from climbing the stairs. Then there were also poor maintenance of the FOB due to poor lighting, the presence of beggars on the walkways, and also lack of clear signboards that indicates the pedestrians to guide to the FOBs. So we also got, in fact, that in 75% of the respondents actually feel unsafe while trying to cross the road. And they also suggested that if improvements can be brought to the FOB, they would prefer FOB over jaywalking. So the Tambaram FOB is, Tambaram is one of the most important transit hubs of Chennai. And about 1.75 lakh vehicles pass along this road, which actually makes jaywalking a very risky thing. And about 80,000 commuters are benefited from using this FOB. So we conducted a SWOT analysis of the Tambaram FOB, where we analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the FOB. So the Tambaram FOB is about 242 meters in length, and it comprises of staircases and elevators, and also a ramp, which actually helps these handicapped and the elderly people to climb up. It also connects a college, the Tambaram railway station, and the bus stops on either sides of the road, thus helping pedestrians to cross the road easily. And it has also been able to manage traffic up to a very good extent. But we came up with few issues of the current FOB at Tambaram. So initially there used to be a bus stop about 100 meters away from Tambaram. Yeah, so this green spot is a bus stop. Yeah, this green stop is a bus stop. So it's about 100 meters away from the Tambaram, and people are not aware that this bus stop recently got displaced, and it was further extended up to 200 meters, this orange. So this is the new bus stop, and still people accumulate over this old bus stop, and then they try to jaywalk. On the left, you can see people trying to cross the road. So that is one issue that we found. Another one is there's a non-functional subway at the Tambaram. So basically, yeah, so over here you can see an FOB, the subway. Yeah, here. So due to heavy rains during rainy seasons, the subway gets waterlogged, and it makes inaccessible to people to use the subway. And there also lack of security and the presence of beggars along the walkways, which actually discourages people to use the FOB. And lack of cleanliness and lighting is also another reason. I'll hand over to Vishal.
Coming to the solution aspect and the key features on what could be implemented for the Tambaram FOB and as a general solution for all FOB. The first one is having the FOB near all the transit zones so that people can access the FOB more frequently. And second one is installing elevators, escalators, and staircases. The most preferred one will be elevators, which will help even the wheelchair and the disabled people to go from the ground level to the top level. Then we have pedestrian pathways and signboards, so which will educate the people on the using of FOB in the correct direction instead of wandering them everywhere. And then we have enhancing the safety by using CCTVs, LEDs, and adding call points onto the FOB. Then we have ensuring the cleanliness and managing the panhandling, which will improve the usage of FOBs by making it more clean and environment friendly and people friendly. Then we have high fencing and guardrails to prevent jaywalking. Usually with high fencing, people won't tend to cross the roads, and these guardrails can help as a preventive measure. Then we have solar panels for sustainable energy, which we know that so FOB is always onto a constant sunlight. So we can use this as a long-term sustainable goal by reducing the energy consumption by 40% by using solar renewable source. And then we can also implement an additional feature of seating areas and real-time bus arrival displays, so that the FOB, when not in use, could be used as a storage as a seating area, so that people can can travel accordingly. And then this is the solution implementation. So we are creating another access point which is marked in the pink, and then we have the old bus stop which is directly connected to the additional access point. And then since there is the subway is submerged due to the tropical conditions in Chennai and south of India, this FOB could pose a really good solution for the particular thing. Then coming to the implementation strategies, the Tamil FOB will be upgraded through collaboration with local authorities, transport departments, and urban planners. And extending the FOB and ensuring the accessibility and safety will be key priorities. Then will be the partnership with private contractors and technology providers, which will facilitate the installation of elevators, CCTV cameras, and all the safety features. And we will have public awareness campaigns, which will be a last resort to be conducted with the municipal bodies to promote safer pedestrian movement. The challenges will, of course, will be the installing elevators, solar panels with the small amount of area and the high cost. Some pedestrians may continue to jaywalk out of habit despite the improvements. This could be avoided through public awareness. And then the cost of construction and maintenance, which is already covered. And then the elevators, lighting, and surveillance camera, which has to be functioning continuously, 24/7. The impact would be 40% boost in usage when entry point is relocated, 41% increase in usage of FOB when elevators and stairs are installed. An example is Patna Atal Path. And then smart transit displays will reduce wait times by 18 minutes, and modular seating will improve space use. By 67%, the fewer accidents were discovered in Delhi using the installation of safety features like LED lights in night times. And then 83% fewer illegal road crossings have occurred in Kochi through all these impact. Thank you.
Very good presentation, especially the identification of the problem. If suppose we decided to give this project to you,
yes, sir,
how much cost you will take from the NHAI? And what would be your maintenance charges per year?
So depending on the gradient of the problem, to propose an easy solution or to have solution, we can have by adding escalators, which will add as an extra access point. But to can have will be adding an elevator, which is more costly, but it will prove useful for wheelchair accessibility instead of having a ramp, which is a bit bulky compared to a lift in space.
My question is different.
Yes, sir.
If I simply invite the sponsors, if the footfall is so high, I am into Tambram,
Yes,
I've
sir.
seen the station and all those
Yes,
things.
sir. Yes, sir.
Footfall is really very high.
Hmm.
So if I invite the sponsor to put advertisement inside and then maintain it for another 5 years, 10 years,
Yes.
will it be workable? Because footfall is really very high.
Well, I guess it will work because sponsors will get visibility since there's a very high footfall along the foot bridge. So yeah, I think it will be a good decision to sponsor it to some company.
In urban areas, this can also be one of the solution.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I think one of the best thing you did was really very well identified how the location of bus stop
Yes.
has an impact on whether the FOB is going to be used or not. Did you observe that when the new bus stop location was changed, where were the buses stopping? Because you said the people still kept waiting at the old bus stop location.
Yes, sir.
Where were the buses stopping?
There is two aspects to that. The buses were divided into the local buses, which will be for city transportation, and intercity buses, which will be throughout Tamil Nadu. The SETC buses still stop in the older bus stop because they have to go through the highway. Uh, that's why they still stop there, and there's a lot of people crowding to go to intercity since it's in front of the railway station. So using this, we can have the crowd to be displaced up over the FOB, and the people walking on the road will be less, and the traffic will be reduced.
No, so your solution was to bring the entry point close to the old bus stop?
Yes.
And also to the new bus stop?
No, ma'am. It will be closer to the. No, currently, there's no entry point to the old bus stop. It's a bit 100 meters far.
That is 100 meters off, but the new one is 200 meters away.
Yes, ma'am. And
So
it's
that
along
has
the road.
even less chances of being used.
So basically, so what we thought of doing is we'll extend the FOB to 100 meters so that when people at the new bus stop, they get down at 200 meters, since it's about 200 meters away from the FOB, they will maybe prioritize choosing the FOB because it's just 100 meters away.
Okay.
And another reason that we stuck onto this 100-meter idea is that there's lots of crowd that's being assembled in the old bus stop. So we wanted to eliminate that in order to increase so that vehicles can pass through, and then we can increase safety of pedestrians.
Yeah, you're also taken a good practical problem. I just want to know from your perspective.
Yes, sir.
Out of the two solutions you are telling, both the escalator vis-a-vis lift,
Yes.
as a person who is using, first of all, and also as a feasibility point of view, which one you would prefer out of the two as a solution which you want to propose it for this location? Because you are telling almost 70%, 80% people will be benefited. You showed in your slide something like
80,000 people.
80,000 pedestrians. That is from the Google data you taken, no?
Yes.
Yes.
So that will be a peak hour traffic, pedestrians could be there. So which one would be more feasible, escalator or otherwise?
Escalator will be more feasible due to more amount of people, but the elevator will be can have a solution rather than a to have solution.
Basically prioritizing handicapped people and elderly people who find it difficult to use escalators.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes.
The design will be good, the features will be implemented, which will ensure that people will use these FOBs.
Yes, sir.
What about the maintenance? Because how will you ensure that these are maintained in top condition so that they continue to be operational? What change should come in the way we operate these assets?
We can have people cleaning or maintaining the FOB on a daily basis rather than weekly or monthly basis, so that we can have it clean. And that is one aspect. The other aspect will be the littering of FOB. There should be a fine on littering the FOB, so which will reduce the risk of having it dirty.
Adding to that, Tamil Nadu government employs lots of people, especially women, who clean and sweep the streets every day and every night. So I think it won't be a very difficult thing to employ a bit more number of people on the FOBs to do this regularly.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Safe roads. Now, road warriors, are you ready? So, on 6 minutes, we will press a bell, and in the next 2 minutes, you have to conclude the presentation. And kudos to Safe Roads, they completed their presentation before time.
Namaskar, everyone present. We are Team Road Warriors, and the topic for our presentation today is revamping FOBs, safe, engaging, and inclusive crossings for all. The theme is enhancing FOB utilization so that we can achieve the collective vision of Chaukana Rahenge, Savdhan Rahenge, or Surakshit Rahenge. Yes. Yeah, let's get into the presentation.
So we did a survey and we had 155 survey responses. We'll just skip to what exactly we got, the 5 things, which is MAAPS: maintenance, accessibility, awareness, safety, and participation. These are the 5 things that we have to focus, and it will ultimately change the game of how we use FOBs and how pedestrians use it, leading to we have like made our issues, like we have identified the key issues and we have segregated it into 3 baskets. Lower one is not that we do not want to concentrate on it, but these are the issues in which we do not have to put a lot of brain. These are not the ones which will drive behavioral change, but these are ones which will drive some accessibility, user change. But the long-term solutions are the one which will drive the behavioral change, which we'll explain further.
Yeah, let's deep dive into the case study. So we have 2 visits that we made. First to the new bus stand in Calicut, and the second one was at the FOB inside Manyata Business Tech Park in Bangalore. This is from Calicut. These are the pictures that we took when we visited it, and these are the ground realities of FOBs. So the accessibility is great. It is just outside the new bus stand. The divider design is fantastic. It really prevents at-grade crossings because it's a very simple design, but it does prevent that. Commercialization, again, it was promised when the FOB was inaugurated back in 2021, but till now, the commercialization is pretty informal. There are hawkers, but not formal commercial spaces. Then again, if we go back, it is covered with glass paneling. So it's a transparent FOB, but it still retains heat, and Calicut heat is terrible. So these are the problems that we experience here. This is the one from Manyata Business Tech Park. The development model is a little different. It's a privately designed and privately constructed FOB. It's not covered, so it will not provide any kind of protection during heavy sunny days or heavy rainfall. And since it is inside the business tech park, it will be mostly used during office hours. So universal usage is hampered. We'll go to the second part.
So we'll move to stakeholders and implementation plan. Now, if you do have any questions, do let us know. We'll just skip the phases and we'll move to the loop model that we created. So all the solutions that we created is contributing to something, either awareness or safety or FOB usage. And that is leading to something which is ultimately leading to reduce accident. So as we discuss our solutions that we have made, we can see that the FOB champ app, which is our first solution, will lead to habit formation, which will then lead to increasing in road FOB usage, which will reduce jaywalking and then ultimately accidents. So somehow we have tried to cover everything that we talked about in MAAPS, and each of the solution contributes to it. At some point, it will become a loop model where we do not have to put much efforts and it will learn in a autopilot mode. So we'll move on to the solutions. And the first solution is FOB champ app. So gamification is something that a lot of people like and we all want to do it on a daily basis. Duolingo has actually used it very well to make language learn easy. So we have made a concept of how we can give rewards for people who use FOB, which can be redeemed. Again, there is very cliche vouchers that you can get, the points that you can collect. But I believe that the kind of that we have been given session where we told that youths are the one who are who are the victim of all the road rashes. Mostly that is happening. And youth are the one who was interested in gamification. So we do it for them. Second is safety. SOS button and CCTV surveillance, which is very self-explanatory. especially for women when they walk out in the night and it's dark, they do not trust if it is right to go or not. So this will be something that will enhance the safety aspect. Uh, the third is, this is a very interesting solution where we want lights everywhere, but is it very feasible to put solar panels or we have to run through electricity? So this is one very low cost solution where we put neon lights, neon strips, which will glow in the dark. So what happens when we are stepping onto the stairs, we don't know that where this next stair is, and there's chances of getting like falling down. So this will not just give aesthetic feel, but it will also give the chances that, when to step next.
Yeah, the next solution is Google Map nudges, where we actually integrate third-party apps to actually give a nudge. So this kind of notification will pop up on our cell phones if we are in the vicinity of an FOB, and they will sort of prevent an at-grade crossing, but actually lead us to using an FOB. The next solution is FOB Mitras.
So when I was in college, there's NSS, which is in our college, and we had to do some community engagement work to get the degree. When we visited our Kozhikode Calicut bridge, we saw that elderly people, even though they find it hard to climb stairs and walk down of stairs, they're still using it instead of the escalators. Why? Because they're not very comfortable with escalators. But when I lent a hand to one of the persons and asked if I can get you down, they were very happy because that saved them the physical exertion, and also they use the escalators which it is made for. So this is like we employ people, not employ, we get students to do the community work. We give them certificate by NHAI or HOAI, and which will further give them some CV enhancement, and it will instill a community sense in them. So this is what FOB Mitras is.
Next is smart digital displays. Again, we have a mock-up for this.
So we are all risk averse and we want to save ourselves. So in high density, high accident prone area, we can have these kind of, these kind of displays where it shows that how many how many lives have been lost recently because people used to jaywalk. And this might nudge people to use the FOB more because they just want to save themselves.
Heightened dividers is a solution that we have kind of experienced at the Calicut footover bridge. So the height of the divider was such that even jumping over it was not possible, and it was a very open and accessible design at the same time. So that is what we are proposing. This is something, yeah.
Sorry. So I am in Gurgaon for last 2 days, and this is a 4-lane highway. As you can see that there's no FOB nearby, and the vehicles running in high speed, but I have to cross. So there's no way that I can look for an FOB. There's no place. And the dividers are very short. I can easily jump through it or I can go down from it. So that also nudged my behavior that, okay, why should I not do this? Because there is no FOB nearby. There's no signage nearby. Then maybe risk ourselves because I want to get on that side.
Yeah. Then is school VR training, Hemant.
Yeah. So in the inaugural speech, it was told that we want to catch people young. And at the school level, we are trying to have a VR training where we will have a simulated environment where the children will go through not a traumatic, but an experience where there will be a simulated environment. The vehicles will run from beside and they will feel that how it feels to take that risk or their family members or some accidents happening. So this will nudge the people who will use the FOBs further to use it more. And also they will influence their parents to use the FOBs.
Then comes vertical gardens and public art. This will all foster a sense of ownership among the users. And at the same time, if there are vendor hubs, if we can integrate this with vendor hubs and rest zones, then the vendors will also create a kind of maintenance model for the FOB, again, creating a sense of ownership over there. Then functional elevators and escalators is again quite self-explanatory, but in the semi-rural and rural areas, we need to integrate that with ramps for two-wheelers to actually cross over for two-wheelers because they are big highways. The penultimate solution is PPP model for FOB maintenance. It was also part of our flywheel and loop model where actually CSR funding from automobile companies can be channelized into maintenance or construction or even awareness generation for FOBs and awareness. Yeah.
Final one is from the start, we have been showing that Amitabh Bachchan is making videos. But the one thing that struck me was I saw none of the videos. It is in high quality and it was never advertised. People don't know. And as we saw in the films, we all know Mukesh and how he had this cancer because of cigarettes. And that is the level of awareness we want. We can make all the kind of films, we can get influential people, but if we don't make people aware or market it, I am not sure if it is of use. So we want to make sure that we onboard the right people who will nudge people to use FOB, someone like Akshay Kumar, who is fit enough, relates to youth, and is using an FOB, and also make sure that it gets to people so that awareness will be there. We'll make this a lifestyle change. We'll make, it's like if we get inspired from Donald Trump, instead of make America great again, it's make FOBs great again and make it usable. So that is all that we have, and we'll just go to the local fly loop model once. Thank you so much for giving your time to us. I hope we would be able to change how FOBs are used and save a lot of future and probably GDP as well. Thank you.
We're open for all questions now.
Over to Judy, 4 minutes.
One quick question. A lot of the onus of your solutions are requiring use of apps, gamification. Don't you feel like this is using a foot over bridge is part of a larger trip chain? And if there's so much effort required just for one, how are you going to enforce the entire mechanism of walking through multiple FOBs?
Can we please show the slides? Yes. So the app solution that we have is FOB Champ, which is our AR gamified version. And the one other tech thing that we have is we'll nudge Google to integrate where the FOBs are. Apart from this, as we can see, there's not much of anything that requires application. Like if we have neon glow strips, we have water dispensers, we have escalators which are usable, celebrity endorsement, vertical garden book, vendor hub. School VR is something that would require a significant investment. But yes, maybe FOB Champ app is something that I'll agree on is hard for people to get to download and get to use, and they might not use it. But I'm confident that if they use it, they'll be able to navigate it well. And we try to make a solution that was balanced in terms of technology, as well as some low-cost implementable solutions that do not be heavy on the pocket.
And can I just end that with an example? There was actually a case study on how do you value a person's life. So I guess any amount of money that goes into creating this kind of technological solutions will always be greater than any single life lost for an accident. So I think that kind of money should not be valued higher than a person's life lost. So
I hope we were able to answer your question. If there's any follow-up.
Very nice.
Sure.
So very nice presentation. One thing which I didn't see even in any of the presentations so far, whenever you construct any FOB, there will always be stoppage below the FOB because people will like, somebody to pick up or some cab is coming or auto is coming.
Right.
So did you think of that thing? How do you address those issues as well?
So that was the exact thing which was asked to us in semi-final. And we also told that in our case study, there was if you can go to the case study one, we had this zebra crossing right in front of the FOB, if we can see.
no, yeah, this one.
So we did think that
Yeah, I have a quick question. Like I just was wondering, you told neon glow strips because it's generally FOB is expected to be open to the sky with the you yourself showed. It could be with that kind of environments like having transparent glassing. And why you want to go for such a instead of neon glow strips, you can put a simple retroreflective strip on each of the steps. What is that? This is because if it is in a subway, one can understand. Not for a higher costing solution. Why you went for it, and is there any specific way it's different? And also the other point, the live data, crash data, live accidents, pedestrian. Are you trying to tell for the city or for the state or for the country? What is your app is going to do in that regard? The two questions.
So I'll address the question one by one. The first is the neon strip Thank you so much, sir, for pointing this out. I think we missed that point. And maybe for places where this, can I please? Yeah, so places which are generally open and that does not cast a shadow, where no neon grips cannot slide, we have this kind of solution where we'll have to do some kind of heavy investment. The light should be there, but it will ultimately be beneficial. But for FOBs where it is shaded, properly shaded and there's shadow being casted, this is the low cost solutions that we can have. It can be added with the lights and it does look aesthetically better. So this was one thing that we thought of, that it would not be heavy on the pocket and still does the work. But thank you so much, sir, for pointing that out.
Can I just add a bit to this solution? The first mock-up that we have shown here, during nighttime driving, if there's a vehicle coming from far away, they know that there is an FOB over there. So there might be pedestrian traffic in and around that space. So automatically it should nudge the driver to slow down his speed a little. So I believe that will actually create like a visual aid to actually slow down the speed over there and reduce fatalities in that area as well. Yeah.
Regarding your second question of the FOB Champ app, if we understood the question correctly, please let us know. You wanted to ask that the data that is coming.
Digital sign. This one, right, sir?
This.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is around the city only. We'll show the same, this in majorly we have thought to put it in very high accident prone area and not near all the FOBs, because as I think it was mentioned in the opening speech that around the same FOB 3 accidents happened. And that is how we know that those are the points where we need to take extra care. And if we can have peer aversion, then it would be good. Not really that everyone cares. Not sure if I would read it, I would go on to, I mean, I'm not in that position, so I don't know what my mind will think of. But definitely if I see a statistic like this, then it will nudge me in my mind that, okay, I want to go back safely to my family and I should rather take an FOB than risk my life. Is there any other questions or clarification?
Very short question. In your analytical framework, you show arrow saying how awareness leads to accessibility. You know where you have, yeah. How is awareness leading to accessibility?
Sorry, I drew this image. So it's actually PPP partnerships. It's that arrow that is going down. And awareness leading to accessibility is again integrated with our Google Maps solution. So the Google Map nudges is actually where awareness is created that there is an FOB in the vicinity. And that leads to accessibility in the sense that I will actually be pushed to take up that FOB instead of crossing at grade. That was the only part of it that we wanted to address, ma'am. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Judy. Let's move to the next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity.
Sentinel, are you ready? Thank you, warriors.
Good afternoon, respected jury and everyone present. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our ideas today. We are Team Sentinels. I am Anandita.
And I am Leora Saharia.
Today, we are thrilled to present SkyStride, an AI-powered mixed-mode FOB. India's vision for Viksit Bharat 2047 demands smart and sustainable urban infrastructure. Yet, road safety remains a crisis, with more than 1,72,800 lives lost in accidents last year, with every fifth being a pedestrian and 45% being two-wheeler riders, making up a significant share. Static, underutilized FOBs are failing us. We need adaptive and intelligent sky corridors to bridge this gap. But what if an FOB could think, adjust to real-time traffic, shield us from harsh weather, and even reward users? SkyStride isn't just an urban solution. It's an initiative for rural areas as well. Inspired by the spirit of the film Swades, which celebrates grassroots innovations, we believe in turning ambitious ideas into reality by serving the nation at every level, just like Mohan Bhagavat did. So starting from our first slide, what our VRU survey reveals? Imagine walking an extra 300 meters just to cross the road. Now add steep stairs, no ramps, poor lighting, and speeding two-wheelers using FOB ramps as shortcuts. That's not safety, it's a design failure. And our research tells us this loud and clear. 69% find FOBs impractical due to long detours, and 41% jaywalk simply because the alternative is worse. People aren't ignoring safety. They're forced to choose the lesser inconvenience. And the challenges in the road user behavior, as identified by our survey, especially for the mixed mode FOB, lack of clear separation between users and collision risk due to limited space. And this is exactly what our solution addresses. Now, hopping on to the next slide. Our research highlights three key challenges. The first is the accessibility issues. Without ramps, tactile paving, and elevators, 67% of the senior citizens and differently abled individuals struggle. A two-wheeler rider put it simply, if there was a ramp, I'd rather use it than risking my life in traffic. The second is the narrow walkways and the vibration concerns. Peak hour congestion makes FOBs chaotic, while off-peak emptiness feels unsafe. Worse, thin bridges vibrate. Then, another key challenge is the poor urban planning and infrastructure. Misaligned pathways force pedestrians onto highways, and unshaded bridges scorch in 40 degrees Celsius summer and expose users to harmful pollution. The solution, the smart approach. Strategic placement, modern tech, accessibility for all, resilient design, and tech-enabled security. Now, coming from our previous slide, our solution involves these key features and innovations. First up, we have AI-driven dynamic pathways that adjust in real time for pedestrians, cyclists, and two-wheelers using LED lights. Second up, we have smart traffic sync, which prevents the pedestrian vehicle conflicts. And last but not the least, sensors track density, optimizing the pedestrian flow. And our key impact area is the blockchain rewards. That is the incentives for the regular FOB usage via digital wallets. AI predicts footfall, sustainability is built in, and each step earns rewards. Walk, earn, and repeat. So we have also prepared a conceptual framework, designed our structure on SolidWorks, and featuring glass-roofed enclosures for organized pedestrian flow and auto walk ramps for enhanced accessibility. Now I'd like to hand it over to Leora.
Thank you. Let us understand how dynamic interaction pathways bring solution to our life. Let's understand how and imagine AI-powered foot-over bridges that not only tracks movement, the sensors track density, as well as the V2X technology, that is vehicle to autonomous, help us to understand and reduce congestion in real time. We have deployed modular FOBs and smart green features. We have also deployed routing pedestrians using AI, and onto the strategic material planning for optimal smart implementation. We use high steel frameworks as well as fiber reinforced plastic panels for durable framework and lightweight design. And it also reduces the vibrational movement caused due to the high foot movement. And onto the V2X sensors and AI cameras, we use LiDAR technology, that is light detection and ranging, which will predict the 3D movement in real time, and that will assess the data and store it into the sensor. And also solar panels and kinetic flows, which we are introducing. Solar panels will not only just give this electricity throughout the FOB, but it will be a sustainable solution rather than the conventional methods. Potential challenges do exist, like financial feasibility, operational and environmental constraints, but our solution isn't just possible. It is practical with the due technology. Moving on to the next slide. This slide focuses on case study illustration. We didn't just rely on online data. Let us understand why we took these two FOBs specifically. Because we went on ground and we saw potential in these two FOBs, and we needed to transform these two FOBs into the mixed mode rather than the traditional ones. There were functional issues. As you can see in front of NH53, that is in front of Bhilai Nagar station, students avoid the FOB because it is crumbling and unsafe. And then Tartiban just built 6 years ago, around 2017 and 18, we talked with mechanics and as well as the pedestrians sitting in the foot-over bridges. Because of the steep stairs, they don't use it. That's the main issue. Then at Abohar, Punjab, it has broken tiles as well as the misaligning lanes. And the misaligning lanes actually prevent the users to use it by risking their lives because there is no dedicated lanes for two-wheeler vehicles as well as no dedicated lanes for walking. And we didn't just stop here. We also analyzed the well-maintained FOBs like Delhi Skywalk and Hyderabad Eragada. And a phase implementation is the expansion to high-risk areas, that is Sirsakala and Vilayatri. Moving on to the next slide, you may wonder, is our solution feasible enough? Our answer is yes, because we use the scalability inspired with the Temaflow PUV color, versatility, which is used in Jonava's pedestrian footbridge. And our solution goes beyond. We integrate with AI and blockchain-based incentives. You may also wonder, is it financial enough? We align with the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways that has increased its expenditure more than 5 times in the last 2 years. And it is also environmentally feasible because we are using just the new technology as well as solar panels. And we can cut down the pollution by 30% and aim to increase the awareness by 75%. Moving on to the next slide, is it feasible enough for rural areas? Our answer is yes, because we use only 3 materials. Kinetic tile floors using piezoelectric induction sensors as well as solar panels that not only gives the electricity inside the foot over bridges, but also to the entire villages. And LED lightings ensure that it is dynamically allocated, will make you understand everything. And moving on to the urban, we take inspiration from Songdo, South Korea, because it uses real-time data collection from more than 5,000 sensors, 500,000 sensors, and dynamic assessment using the Greek bridge model. And Buchari Bridge in Chengdu, China, is the design inspiration because they use this circular and spiral lanes for the cyclist. And moving on to the next slide. Last but not the least, this is the key takeaways and strategic recommendations. We emphasize in Hong Kong's case study with our projected solution. They use 3D mapping, but they lack at AI and IoT sensors and all those incentives, which we have incorporated in our solution. It might sound very high, feasible and everything, but it is practical. Moving on to, we also reported the construction of vehicular underpasses and light vehicular underpasses and the foot over bridges in our potential area, that is NH53 between Durg and Raipur.
Then there is Ghana's Footbridge Road Safety Initiative, which prioritizes accessibility ramps for all. But the biggest flaw, no real-time traffic integration. SkyStride learns from both. We combine Hong Kong's smart integration with Ghana's accessibility, but we go further. Our design is modular and scalable to any rural or urban layout. With the backing of NHAI's vision for road safety, we are eager to take SkyStride beyond the drawing board and into the real-world implementation by refining and scaling SkyStride on a national level, because the future of road safety starts today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Over to Deepti.
A very powerful presentation
Yes,
with double engine presenters. Just I want to ask you how, because you are concentrating on AI models, how you will use the AI model so that the pedestrian will use the FOBs more.
So we use the AI model because we want to track the people to think about how this thing is very innovative. So we have introduced the blockchain-based incentives. That is simply in the foot-over bridges, they will have this QR codes. There are charging stations, and over there they'll have QR codes, and people will scan that, and then they'll get some incentives. That is like 5% discount in their nearby gas stations and everything. That will attract them. And also we have collaborations. We are planning the collaborations with IIIT Hyderabad and other new upcoming startups in road safety that is based in Hyderabad and Bangalore. Like there's one Suraksha AI that uses this vision, yeah. And there's one Tried AI and also Nayan, and I would like her to continue more.
There's one startup, Tried Mobility in Hyderabad, which leverages the data-driven techniques and gives warnings when the lane gets deviated. So our solution also intends the same. And there's also a project called Intelligent Solutions for Road Safety through Science and Technology, which is being developed by the government in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad's iHub. So they identify the gray spots over there. So our project aligns with their vision. So we will like to collaborate under this. We are just two undergraduate students and we have refined our solution from urban to rural areas. So we would need support. We want to refine it and showcase it on a national level.
Also, we are not introducing AI in rural areas because rural people don't understand it. We are simply using LED lights. That is, for instance, I am speaking in Hindi. जैसे कि मैं आम जनता हूँ, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है कि AI क्या है. तो what we are doing, हम ना ऐसे traffic signals बना रहे हैं. That will be, for instance, जैसे कि I'm using the walking pathway, right? And there is a dedicated lane for cyclists. So for instance, I'm using this pathway. यहाँ पर already foot movement ज़्यादा है, but cyclists also want to use the pathway, right? So what this will do, the LED lights generated by the energy of a foot, that is kinetic tiles that generate the energy. It is stored into the form of electricity and it has been like given to the entire village also. And wo lights will dim according to the user movement. For instance, I want to use the lane, then this lane already is in use, so this will turn yellow and the other lanes will be dedicated that you can use this lane. So this is like a very simple approach, requires a lot of requires minimal resources, but a lot of effort.
Like for example, we got this inspiration from University of Birmingham, where school children charge their mobile phones using kinetic tile flooring. So this uses the concept of piezoelectricity basically. And we will implement AI in phases. Like the first is to make the FOBs accessible, then to make it functional. And our vision is for 2047. And by that time, we will have more startups and collaborations coming up.
Yeah, there's one question. So of course, 2047 is far away. What should we do right away? What is the biggest incentive you could create in your approach so that we can start using FOBs from tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next month?
Yes, so thank you for the question. We are trying to revamp it. We are not trying to stick to the conventional methods, that is the concrete FOBs or the very low quality steel frames. We are using the steel girders, which is used in Chengdu, China, Hong Kong, and Ghana's footbridge, as well as in the Greek bridge. We have seen that there the foot movement and the vibration of the bridges has turned negligible. So that way, what we are trying to implement is that even with the help of the normal steel frames and the piezoelectric sensors, minimal resources, it is done. We are not implementing AI here because we want to implement it in phases, as she has mentioned. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
So now moving to the next.
Team Achiever.
Please come.
We will press this stick with it and we will have 2 minutes to complete the presentation.
Good afternoon, respected judges. We are Team Achiever from NHAI Raipur, and today we are here to present our innovative life-saving solution by introducing our next-gen multi-foot overbridge, which is safe and sustainable. Before moving towards the solution, let's know the root cause behind the failure of the current FOB. We have shown 2 major challenges. Technical challenges, which includes dim lighting, lack of maintenance, narrow pathway, and behavioral challenges, which include lack of awareness, weak enforcement of laws. Now, around 30% of the user avoid the FOB due to inaccessibility. Major concern of increasing accident with one of the major reason is jaywalking, which is unsafe for road accident. Now, moving on to the next slide. We have selected Nivra Harun Market FOB on NH16 for our case study, as it is located on a busy highway connecting Chennai and Kolkata. Through our underground survey, key issues identified are a lack of accessibility, inadequate lighting at night, lack of CCTV surveillance, poor maintenance, and no cleanliness at that particular place that we can see through our images. Now moving on to the next slide. We spoke to some person to gain some real life insights.
Rajesh, he is a daily commuter. He said that the ramp is too steep and slippery. That's the main reason he avoided the FOB. Now, the next one is a traffic police officer. He said that due to weak enforcement of laws and low maintenance, the FOB is underutilization. Ankit, he is a student. He finds that the FOB is lacking light, particularly at night. These are the core issues. That's the main reason for our next-gen multi-foot overbridge solution, designed to enhance sustainability, safety, and ease for everyone. Now, moving on to the next slide. These are the key features of our unique, innovative, and AI-powered cost-effective solution, which are real-time monitoring with CCTV surveillance, urban cooling with green plantation, and solar reflective materials. Our solution also addresses some of the critical challenges, which are jaywalking prevention, increased users with enhanced accessibility, improved safety with anti-skid flooring, and smart fencing. Moving on to the next slide, we have also created our next-gen RAM effective design using AutoCAD. Now, moving on to the next slide. Most exciting section, the impact and core features for our next-gen multi-foot overbridge. This solution is built to save life and thus minimize the number of accidents. Impact is clear. It outperforms the current FOB in every aspect. Short-term impact. Increased pedestrians uses. This will lead to low accident rates. And long-term impact. This will adoption of FOB as a safer, more attractive alternative and with the help of enhanced safety and infrastructure. Core features include AI-powered smart lighting, smart fencing to prevent jaywalking, anti-skid ramps for safety and predictive maintenance, and many more. Now I could hand over to Shajit.
Thank you, Jaya. Now, after deep diving into the problems, conducting case studies, and giving the best solution, it's time to implement those in the real-world scenarios. As you can see, we have divided the implementation in 4 phases. In first phase, it is structural enhancement for the user. In this, we will be constructing the easy slope ramp with the anti-skid facilities and solar reflective materials. Phase 2 will cover the security benefits and the features for the users, which will be covering AI-based CCTV surveillance and AI-powered solar lights, which will be lighting up the LED at night also, so that there will be no risk for the users even at night. Phase 3 involves the convenience and basic facilities for the user, which involves installing accelerators, coin-based water dispensers, and mobile charging stations. Phase 4 includes the awareness campaigns and the programs. Strict fines should be there for jaywalking. Now, how does it work? Once the user gets to the foot of the bridge, CCTV camera will detect the user and the smart signboards will guide the user through the FOB. There will be a school pathway, which will be the urban green plantations. So this will be attractive kind of for our FOB. And then he will be moving at night also, there will be AI-powered solar lighting. So this solution is the best. Now coming back to the case study at Nibra Market, where we will be establishing our pilot model for more accessibility and more convenient features. In the phase 1, we will be getting the approvals for construction of the FOB, and we will be collecting the prefabricated materials to construct the FOB, along with the making of ramps 1x12 to 1x14 slope according to a space constraint with the solar reflective material and anti-skid facilities. In the phase 2, we will be covering the AI-based sensors and the solar panels, which will be covering up the LEDs and giving the user convenience facilities. It also includes the installation of accelerators and coin-based water dispensers. In phase 3, we will be including the green plantation with the low maintenance plants such as spider plants and pothos. And the final phase includes the testing phase, where we will be asking the user survey feedback that how our FOB is performing. This is FOB is particularly a human life savior. Now we can see the visual impact of our FOB, where we can see that accident rates after the FOB is decreased from 15 to 4, safety violation will be decreased from 400 to 60, and it is outperforming FOB, current FOB in every aspect. And our green plantation is working best, not only in terms of attraction, but also in terms of urban cooling. Now coming to the financials model of our FOB, we wanted to those in the real world scenario, and it should be cost effective, because to make many of the FOBs is way better than containing some of the FOBs at a high cost. So our total capex is coming around 4.2 to 6.2 crores, which is way more economical than constructing a FOB at 3 crore rupees with no features. Our total operational cost is also very minimal, with the repair and upgrades to be around 20 lakhs. We suggest some public-private partnership models and the smart initiative funds to construct the FOB along with cost optimization to save human lives at a rapid rate. Now coming to the last slide, where we have added all the challenges that comes in construction of this particular FOB. We have faced like high cost, space constraint, project delays due to some. We have addressed all the challenges, and our solution is best because it is not only saving lives, but it is accessible for all the generation age group, younger generation as well as the older generation. And it is a sustainable model, also scalable to every part of the country, whether it's rural or urban. It is aligning India's smart city initiative goals, and it is a cost-effective model. Thank you. We have also added the annexures there for the references. We have also attached some of the references slides, and to all the users who have contributed for the feedback. Thank you to all the judges and
Team, taking it before time. Over to Judy.
There's a question about use of AI. So you had mentioned in your presentation that you'll use AI-based lighting and AI-based facial recognition. So would you like to tell me what is different in AI-based lighting from an automated lighting? And then second question is facial recognition. What is the purpose? And what about the privacy issues which it can create?
Yes, sir. So at first question, sir, we have implemented the AI-based lighting, which will be having the motion sensor. So as I move from here, then the lighting of the LED will be automated by the AI. So it will be detecting the motion sensor of the user for the convenient facilities. As well for the facial recognition is very important, sir, because once we can say the FOB is at some kind of accidents or some kind of mishappening can take place. So facial recognition is for that purpose, so that we can have the safety, and the users will be that there will be a recorded and under CCTV surveillance, so there should no mishappening place at the FOB or even at night.
Have shown that it's a solution for everybody. Yes. With pedestrians, cyclists, two-wheelers. Where is that?
Presentation.
Right.
Tell me other.
Yes, sir. So, sir, there will be the ramps for the peoples that we have built, and the smart accelerators for the pedestrians. The ramp will be constructed so that the easy slope will be there for the two-wheelers, and the accelerators will be there for the pedestrians. And then they will be covering up the pathway with the features, and the minimum width that we have required for the FOB construction is 3.2 meter that we have kept, so that there should be no crowdness at the FOB. We have kept the vertical gardens that because of the space constraint at the FOB, and building such is very feasible and not very difficult. As this model is currently in Singapore, they are implementing, and people are using that at a rapid rate, and there is no accidents, and the life are saving at there.
No, it's once they go up, it's okay. You have provide different solutions.
Yes, sir.
Different provisions are there, but once they come up and they have to cross to other sides, then it is only 3.2 meter width you have proposed.
Yes.
Where everybody is walking and moving and cyclists.
At first, we have tried to that the barrier should be there, but it was inconvenient to put the barriers because at the FOB the speed of the vehicles are not that much that we can there will be crowdness. So barriers are not necessary because the pedestrians are moving with safe, as well as the two-wheelers at the convenient, because the width is there.
So just one quick question. You have a lot of thinking that's gone into the actual FOB, but what is it about it that's going to intuitively make people use it?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, for the younger generations, we have the plantation-based systems will be the attraction and the AI-based solar lights will be the basic facilities that we are providing. As we have talked to many people, they are not even getting that way. We have seen the FOB at Nebraharun. There were no lights at the stairs and at the entrance of the FOB. There were only cleanliness. So this is the basic facilities that we are providing with the AI-based ramps and the AI-based solar lights with the anti-skid facility so that users get convenience as well as the safety.
Also made a comment on the low maintenance. So, but you didn't share anything how it would be low maintenance.
So low maintenance, we will be doing the strict fines after implementing this model. Then strict fines will be there once the user will get. And in the diagram also, I have shown that there will be a CCTV surveillance at the FOB. We will be pointing out to the road so that any activities for the road crossing should be detected at that point only. And we will be getting the peoples that who are crossing, and the fines should be there with the safety officer or some of the traffic in charge will be there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Team Suraksha. Over to you. You know the rules, right? 6 minutes and then 2 minutes for conclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Suraksha. My name is Arshit Jain. This is Akshay Sharma. We are from IIM Shillong. So today we present to you smart and inclusive FOBs. So initially, for problem understanding, we conducted a survey. We distributed forms at high footfall FOBs. One of the example we have mentioned here is TI Mall Indore, where we got more than 100+ responses from this. Apart from that, field observations and secondary research were also part of our data collection process. We have also interviewed participants. Gaurav Ruparel is a person with a limited mobility. Prashu Naik is an office goer. And Sarosh Sahu is a traffic police in Bhopal. We have collected data through satellite imagery from more than 15 cities. We have analyzed 35+ FOVs. Outcomes were interesting. More than 50% of users said that they do not use FOVs because it is more than 100 meters from their usual point of crossing. 1/3 of the users have mentioned that they are willing to use an FOB if they have escalator or a lift. This fact is substantiated by a study which was done by 2 of the IIT Guwahati professors, Mr. Maurya and Mr. Banerjee. Next, Akshay will continue.
These were the research that we had done. Now the secondary research was this, which showed us the current problems in the solutions that are there. So there are ramps and lifts and escalator, but in only a few of the FOBs in India. And then some things that enhance the accessibility like rooftop flooring and lightings are there, not there. When lifts are there and escalators are there, they are not working for the most part, as revealed by the Delhi Planning Department report. Discoverability and poor placements are also a major issue, which we'll look at in our next slides. The user behavior that's there, it can be largely categorized into 4 things: perceived hassle and delay, productivity trade-offs, mobility differences, and acceptance of jaywalking. This was corroborated by different secondary researches and the interviews that we conducted. Now, the solution that we present is categorized into 2 parts. First is infrastructure and design improvement. Second is sustainable maintenance strategy. For infrastructure, we are proposing a AI-based location mapping technology that will help us identify the high accident-prone zones with the help of data like pedestrian movement and the pedestrian accident data. So there are providers currently that are providing such kind of services. For example, Spatic and Placer are doing it at a global level, where they are helping companies expand their distribution by using geo-based AI. Now we can also provide high barricades near the FOB. It will compel usage. There should be escalator, elevators, and ramp, but they should be properly placed in a direction that is near the bus terminal. There will be ads so that there can be revenue generation, and the PPP partner can also explore kiosks and vending machines to further generate the revenue. The FOBs should be weather resistant, and they should ideally have a smart LED lighting so as to save the costs. and a panic button for the emergency situations. And there must be a direction and accessibility sign leading to the FOB. For sustainable maintenance strategy, we are proposing PPP for maintenance. It will solve this crucial issue. Also, if it is backed by a QR-based complaint system, then one can regularly update what's there whenever there is some issue at FOB. The Indian Railways is implementing this. Now, solar powered lighting as explored by various teams will help. And AI-driven predictive maintenance of lifts and escalators. This is a major issue that's plaguing all the FOBs. Some companies like Kohn and Schindler are offering predictive maintenance services for this, which can be explored by the private partner in PPP. So these are the real world issues. Let's look at poor placement. Geetam ma'am is here. She has conducted a research about the crossing at signalized intersection. So we considered Jyoti Talkies foot-over bridge here. Here, when you cross at grade at this traffic signal where pedestrian traffic is low and the traffic signal is too long, people can actually cross it within 55 seconds. While if you use an FOB, it will take 104 seconds. This is perfectly safe because the signal is right there. A person can cross. And this is using 2 times more time and approximately 3 times more efforts. Then this is a Telangana FOB, which is placed well. It is near a bus stop, but the stairs are facing away from the bus stop. So it is discouraging the usage. These are some of the well-placed FOBs. For example, this one in Guwahati is just at the bus stand. The Apollo Hospital is just 100 meters and Passport Seva Kendra is 100 meters. Using these data, please move back to the last slide. Using these data, we can actually use the AI to arrive at a best location that we can place the FOB. Now, the maintenance, that is a major issue. Be it Delhi, Hyderabad, Jaipur, or Shillong, or Patna, everywhere there is a maintenance issue which can be solved by the PPP partner. For example, Exide FOB in Calcutta, the Exide is maintaining a PPP model there where they are regularly cleaning it on a daily basis. So it is increasing the usage there. Similarly, in Eastport Road, Thiruvananthapuram, this has been built by EXO engineers in PPP model. So this is also regularly maintained and is generating a lot of revenue for the partner so that they can fund this. A QR-enabled public complaint system will help us in regularly auditing this. Hello, sir. Then, as I mentioned, predictive maintenance can be explored by the private partners if they are maintaining more than 1 FOBs. Then accessibility, a major issue. I would like to highlight this. There are lifts, but stairs precede them in Patna FOB. Why are they there? Similarly, in Exide FOB, Kolkata is there. Escalator is there, but lifts precede them. So this should be overcome. There are channel gates that lock them at night. So accessibility is a major issue which can be solved by taking examples from Surat or Guwahati FOBs. There are ramps leading to the lifts, gentle ramps that will enable accessibility. Moving on. Lighting and security is a major issue. Not only basic lights, but if smart LED lights are explored, this can reduce the cost, as are being done by Jaipur and Pune and the smart city missions there. For security, there can be also a police patrol point near the FOB. Then moving on to the next slide, we have discoverability as a major issue. The advertisements at some places hide the FOB entirely. For example, in Jyoti Talkies Bhopal. So this should be regulated, that FOBs actually don't hide this, and then they are not available on Google Maps. They are not available on other services of mapping. Apart from this, there are no directional signage, and also about the accessibility. So this should be there. This is the solution summary that we have created. We will come back to this when we will be catering to the questions.
So in this slide, we are talking about how we are going to implement our solution. So initially in the assessment and planning phase, AI-based location mapping will help us in identifying the optimal FOB location. At the same time, existing FOBs are going to be assessed. In the tender and partnership phase, terms and we define the terms and roll out the tenders. DBOT or DBFOT model with viability gap funding will be explored. In the construction and upgradation phase, new FOB constructions will start and the sequential upgradation of the existing FOB will be done. Operations and monitoring will be done by the PPP partners with defined KPI metrics and targets. We have set KPIs for pedestrian fatalities reduction to 50% in short term, cleanliness rating of 3+ and FOB utilization rate should be increased by 70%. For we can also explore the funding options through these schemes, Amrit Mission and Smart City initiatives. In the impact slide, we have mentioned what the impact that our solution is going to create and how it is aligning with different sustainable goals. We are proposing a revenue generation of 15 lakhs per month, reduction of pedestrian fatalities by 35 to 45%, and maintenance savings should be reduced by 25 to 40%. This is our model FOB.
So there should be directional signages and accessibility signages that are leading to it. It should be weather friendly. There can be a lift with a gentle rope. And then there will be some panic buttons and a fire extinguisher in the case of fire. A kiosk, vending machines and shops will be there to enable the revenue generation. Apart from this, solar panel can help in saving costs. And the QR-based complaint system that we were talking about can enable solving the issues within 24 hours. This way, the issue will also be real-time updates to the user that is there. This will increase the FOB usage. There's a small grammatical error here. So this way, these are the annexures about the reports study that we conducted and the secondary reports that were there. And the annexure for revenue calculation that we calculated based on different proposals from publicity agencies across Surat, Bhopal, and Indore. Thank you.
Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So I have two questions. One is that you have done revenue calculation also, and you know, on the PPP model, you mentioned DBFOT. So have you done some analysis whether it's actually viable on DBFOT model? And my second part of the question is, you said you will be using AI to decide the location. So how AI will help in finalizing the locations?
Sure. So, should I take it? So I will first cater to the second question, sir. How AI will cater to this? So there are digital twin city programs that are being conducted across the world. Even in India, Varanasi is doing this. For example, in Kunming, China, there is the use of AI in digital twin city by geomapping. They are trying to have a database of the traffic and manage it using that data on the basis of real time. That can help them in understanding the pedestrian movements and traffic movements. Based on this analysis, we can arrive at a better strategy to locate these FOBs. For example, I mentioned about the Miapur FOB where the stairs are opposite to the FOB, which is leading to less usages. Such pedestrian movements can be tracked in real time with the help of this data, and we can arrive at a proper planning for this. For example, also in Rennes in France, they are using it for urban planning. So across the world, this city information modeling and digital twin city program is growing. You can refer to World Economic Forum's report. They are saying that it is growing at a 58% CAGR, and the industry is expected to be a $58 billion industry by 2026. So I think these data and these researches are enabling us to move towards this direction, which will enable us to use AI in this field.
To answer your question of DBOT and DBFOT, we have mentioned about viability gap funding for DBFOT model because to achieve the break-even point in DBFOT is a long as compared to DBOT. So viability VGP, which is viability gap funding, will help us in that model.
So you did very good analysis of location and accessibility.
Yes, ma'am.
But in your solution, I didn't see use of that information. How are you addressing these two issues?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. The analysis that we showed we also cater to the solution in this way. We are proposing that with the help of data of pedestrian movements, data of accident hotspot of pedestrian, if that is mapped digitally on a system, a city information modeling system, we can analyze that where can we exactly place the FOB. Right now, the decisions are, I think, being made on the basis of ArcGIS platform. If we integrate all these data there, by that integration, we can arrive at a proper location for this. So this will be a data-backed decision. So that is our solution with regards to poor placement of the FOBs.
One quick follow-up question. You did survey of FOBs which had high footfall.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
right?
So some of them were high footfall.
But in the beginning, you said you specially looked at FOBs who had high footfall.
Yes.
Is that a problem, or should you be looking at FOBs which have low footfall?
That's a good insight, ma'am. We conducted it across two FOBs, one in Indore, that was PI Mall, which had a higher footfall because of the mall there. But the second one, which we considered in a qualitative fashion, was the Jyoti Talkies Mall FOB, where we were showing the poor placement of it with regards to signalized intersection. So in the qualitative aspect of analysis, we catered to the low footfall FOBs as well. But to gather the data, we needed more people. That's why we choose high FOB locations for that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
This was the 7th presentation. We have 3 more presentations. In the meantime, Chairman NHAI is also with us in the today's proceeding. I request President HOAI to formally welcome Chairman sir by presenting a bouquet. Thank you. We will continue with the 8th presentation now.
So Artha, tell me something. How many times have you seen a foot over bridge and still crossed right underneath it?
Oh God, too many times. I mean, why climb all the way up when the shortcut is present right over there?
Exactly. This is the issue. We have built these bridges for pedestrian safety, but somehow these people never use them.
Why? Well, let's just be honest. These pedestrians are not so friendly. We have got steep stairs, no ramps, no escalators, no safety features, and above all that, very bad placements.
Exactly. The current design is neither usable nor accessible. Instead of feeling safe, people feel inconvenient.
Right. So we have come up with Smart FOB 2.0 that's not just going to fix the structures, but it is going to reimagine the entire experience from how people avoid it to how tech can change that behavior.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are team Let Them Go. And today, before diving into the solution, let's find out why the traditional FOBs are very inefficient. So we looked into why the FOBs are not used anymore. We have divided into 3 major buckets. First is the accessibility divider. No escalators, no ramp. Suppose for a senior person or a person with disability or even a person carrying heavy luggage, it becomes a practical burden to climb up so many steps of stairs. Second is the wrong positioning. FOBs are not aligned with the destination where the very maximum footfall. Suppose walking 150 meters away from where you actually want to cross the road. Doesn't make sense, right? Third is the lack of basic comfort and security. Most of these FOBs don't have railings or look very sketchy at night. So when people weigh safety versus convenience, the shortcut across the road looks a lot more appealing.
Now, let's talk psychology, because obviously it's not just about the design, it's also about the behavior. So most of the time when people are crossing, they are not really thinking about their long-term safety. What they're really thinking is how quickly they can cross to the other side, especially in high traffic and high stress situations. And when one person is jaywalking, boom, it becomes like a group behavior. Also, nobody really wants to be the only person left behind to take the longer detours, right? Okay, so coming to the next phase, what we are doing is that I guess Ronak will continue.
Let's get over the assumptions. What we have done is collected the data ourselves. We asked 50 pedestrians in a high footfall area and rolled out a Google survey form. And the response were quite interesting. 64% said that they would not use the FOB because they were inaccessible. 54% said that the FOB do not align with the destination. And here's the very ticker. 70% said that they saw someone jaywalking, they would do it too. So it's not only about the structural flaw, it's about the behavior, psychology, and the broken design loop all clashing at once.
So now we took everything into the consideration, the broken behavioral loop, the design flaws, and the lived experiences, and we build our solutions upon that. So introducing to you the Smart FOB 2.0, the next generation AI integrated pedestrian system design that does not just exist, it adapts. Think of it, I'm so sorry, this is continue. Okay, so we have the Smart FOB 2.0 that does not just exist, it adapts. So the Smart FOB 2.0 identifies the very jaywalking hotspots and tell us about the very locations where we should place the next FOVs based on the heat maps, the human behavior, and the real-time data. And apart from that, because safer cities, the smarter cities also deserves the smarter crossings.
But let's understand how the Smart FOB actually work. First step is identifying the high-risk areas. We actually find out pedestrian movements, the traffic areas, the traffic congestion, and the jaywalk frequency. And using the satellite images, our AI actually detects where the FOB should be placed. So this is our USP, dynamic FOB placement. Instead of static guesswork where an FOB says, our AI actually predicts where an FOB should be made so that the people would actually want to use them and not rather they are told to use them. Now coming to the very aspect of this, there are already FOBs made. Even our AI detects which FOBs are inefficient or unusable and suggests changes so that they revamp the existing FOBs. Third, all this data into a very scalable dashboard built especially for the NHAI and the government planning. So from static guesswork to dynamic prediction, we make the pedestrian safety data driven.
So now these Smart FOB 2.0 are not just some fancy tech upgrade. These are made to tackle the real life challenges. And for that, we have some specific features. Coming to the very first feature, we have the accessibility and comfort. We are placing motion sensing LEDs and the elevators because nobody really likes to walk in the dark corridors, right? And apart from that, the motion sensing elevators would be very energy efficient. Coming to the very second feature, we have got tech-driven engagement where we are going to give gamified rewards for the people to use these FOBs. So you can say that we are trying to bribe the pedestrians to use these safe infrastructures. Genius, right? And coming to the third feature, we have got multi-modal connectivity. So we are going to place these FOVs in very locations where people are actually going to use them. Talk about bus rides, we have got metro cities, railways, etc. And the fourth and the final feature that we have is of safety. So we have got AI-driven pedestrian heat maps that will tell us the very locations that where we should construct these FOVs based on the real-time heat maps and the human behaviors, and not based on the engineering preferences. So you can say that the Smart FOB 2.0 is not just smart for the sake of it. It's smarter because it works for the people how they actually want it to work.
Now, just because we have built an FOB doesn't mean that people will actually start using them. We might have a bigger challenge to prove. First is that old habits never die. Even if we build the FOB, some people will still choose to jaywalk. For this, we have installed the CCTV surveillance. What it does, it actually detects movement of the jaywalking and authorizes to the nearest traffic concern or the poor. An informed decision would be taken by them. Second, that the FOB should not be a Mount climb Everest every day, means a practical burden on the people. Instead of that, escalators and elevators and pre-modulated FOBs, which are easy to install, should be installed so that the people can have a better experience. Third is that the FOB placement. Most of the FOBs are underutilized. A majority of them are underutilized. And it's not only about the people's behavior, it's also about their construction and where they are positioned. So making informed decision and data-driven decision is very important. Now, coming to the very aspect that we have got this very killer idea, that Smart FOB, but how do we actually make it come to life?
Well, we cannot just expect to drop these high-tech FOBs everywhere and expect them to work overnight, right? So what we are going to do is that we are planning to take a phased approach, step by step, to make everything right.
So phase one is identifying the high-risk area. These are the areas where the traffic is high, the jaywalk frequency is high, and the pedestrian movement is high.
Phase 2 consists of pilot testing and data collection. So we are going to set up these particular FOVs in some selected metro cities, and through AI monitoring, we are going to get the data to see how everything is working.
Phase 3. Now we have cracked the code. We can easily make more FOBs across the nation using pre-model FOV, which are easier to construct and saves a lot of time.
And phase 4 consists of continuous optimization and maintenance. So we are not just going to set up these FOBs and forget about it. Predictive maintenance will tell us about any issues before the event occurs so that we can have no broken escalators or flickering lights.
So we started smart, scaled faster, and made sure that the FOBs are usable at all times. But before we let's take a rewind on March 14, 2019, when hundreds of people were climbing a CST footbridge over the CST junction, and suddenly a piece of the bridge collapses.
It was horrifying to say the least. Over 6 people died, 30 were injured. Why? Because of the structural flaws, poor maintenance cycle, and no predictive maintenance. We can say that it wasn't just a bridge failure; it was a systems failure.
This is exactly where the smart FOB2 could shine. Proactive monitoring and real alert sensors that could actually find the stress point before even making the accident a lot more predictable and preventable.
Now let's zoom in to our very own city of Bhubaneswar. Have you ever crossed the Jaidev Vihar Square on foot? There is an FOB right over there. But guess what?
People fail. They do not even catch. They like to walk. They like to walk over a 6-lane highway playing Fogger real life.
On surveying the people, they got the reason why. No accessibility, no visibility, and there were literally no accessibility for the elderly and the disabled, and the placements were very poor.
This is where our idea could actually shine. A smart FOB 2.0 would actually place in the region where people actually want to walk. Thus, in the very conclusion of the part, what better way to implement this idea using NHAI, the very organization that connects village to village and city to city. Thank you.
A very nice presentation. But think of it, your whole location is based on current usage pattern.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And people cross road wherever they get down from the bus or formal or informal bus stops. So if that changes in future, then the location will be redundant.
Ma'am, our whole idea was based on the very factor that the new FOBs which will be currently be created would actually based on the people's need and not according to the engineering conveniences, which means that near the bus stands and the metros or the ride shares, they would actually be created. So we identify the hotspots where the people need the FOBs more or where there are accidents more, and there we create the FOBs.
But sometimes the bus stop location itself is not correct.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, that's a psychology problem again.
Okay, so you have to factor, more layers into it.
Yes, ma'am.
Model, you are giving only one option or some other option also, because in practical issues, sometimes we face, even though it is a best solution, but we don't find land for that.
So our model actually, since a lot of previous presentation that you have already seen, each and everything is repeated. Like the multimodal transport should be placed near the head walkage, should have accessibility, should have ramp, should have escalators. We have heard a lot of this. What our USP was that instead of you predicting where the FOB should be, our AI model actually predicts. So if you'd actually like, I have a little practical implementation that I would like to show you. We have created a prototype dashboard for the NHAI on how it would look. So could I please show it?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the last slide. Here. Yes.
As you can see, we have created a very dashboard that would be used by the NHAI. This is the current landing page. Suppose I want to access the, I would write my I have logged in into ID, and this is the very dashboard or the overview of the things that you could see. So what happens is most of the dashboards are heavy text based. What we have kept that dashboard a lot of infographic based, so that even the non-technical person of the NHAI could actually have a view of it. As you can see, if I move it here, you can actually see the pedestrian movements. This actually shows the usage of the FOBs during night hours, during the peak hours, during the off hours, and this is the risk level. A very USP of R is this. We are using a map. We have actually predicted where you should apply the FOB locations, which means like suppose first is the city center mall closing. So the daily pedestrian movement is around 50,000, and the peak hour is 4 to 7 p.m. And the number of accidents that happened over the last year was 12. According to this, the AI model has actually predicted where the location. So the red ones actually have the maximum priority. The yellow ones have the medium priority. Coming to the very FOB analytics, the data, this is the current FOBs that you make. They have the sensor that can actually track the pedestrian movement, so that we can actually focus on bettering. Suppose we have in the very deployment of the phase moment, we have 5 FOBs established. With this data coming in, you can make the FOBs better and optimize it into a much solution, both reducing cost and effort.
Yeah. So actually this particular thing brings me to the another question. In terms of the, you are telling it is a live detection of the traffic which is moving on any kind of road network. What about the locations where FOB is not in place, where the pedestrians are doing jaywalking or things like that? That gets detected and that will be also incorporated?
Where you come to the very location or the very facts of where the FOBs are not integrated, I hope the only theme why we have gathered here today is that we identify those areas and make the FOBs so that the pedestrian movement becomes a lot safer.
No, that's what I'm asking. Would it be able to detect that particular location where
Yes, sir.
we
Yes,
need
sir.
to do
So
it?
these are the FOBs that are currently shown on the map are the areas where the FOBs are not located. These are the FOBs that is an assumption made by our model that the FOB should be placed here in order to make the pedestrian movement safer and make and save lives.
What is the source of this data?
Sir, this is the current dummy data. We have used our machine learning model needs a little more an enhancement because it cannot predict such a large data on a very laptop of its own. But we have used the traffic data from various areas which are available on Kaggle. We have also used very pedestrian crossing features, which are the research papers from different institutes, and then come up with this very model of ours.
Is there a typology of road that you've looked at where foot over bridges are appropriate, or is it for any road? Any type of road that you are suggesting that this entire analysis is appropriate for, or is it any
kind of
state?
road map? Any.
So anything, could
So,
be a neighborhood road.
what happens is that most of the solutions that the government comes with is a top-down approach. Like they start at the very national level. What we have decided is to go from a top-bottom-up approach, which is identifying the causes at the very grassroots, solving them, and then moving forward. So what happens is this current dashboard that you can see could actually be used by each and every municipal corporation or a region-wise, so that they could predict where the FOBs could actually be made.
Thank you.
Thank you for the nice presentation. चेयरमैन सर हमारे बीच हैं और थोड़ा सा एक छोटा सा ब्रीफ सर, ये जर्नी हैकाथन की 4,765 एंट्रीज से फर्स्ट राउंड में हमारे शुरू हुई, जिसको 200 में हमने फिल्टर किया, जूरी ऑफ 20 एक्सपर्ट्स, एंड आज 10 फाइनलिस्ट को यहाँ मौका दिया गया है, जिसके लिए हमारी एमिनेंट जूरी 9 लोगों के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं रोड सेफ्टी के, उन्होंने यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन को एडजस्ट करेंगे, और टॉप 3 रैंकिंग को यहाँ 2 लाख, 1.5 लाख और 1 लाख रुपए का दिया जाएगा। कंसोलेशन प्राइजेस टू रिमेनिंग 7 टीम्स 50,000 ईच, प्लस इनको HOAI मेंबर्स ने इंटर्नशिप के लिए भी कुछ कंसीडर कर रहे हैं। सो अभी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा चेयरमैन सर से कि अपना आशीर्वचन हमें दें।
President HOAI, Reddy Saab, eminent jury, my officers, and finalists to this hackathon. It has been a long exercise, और ये idea अचानक ही आया. HOAI was sitting with us one day, and you know, off and on, हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी ये कहते हैं, और सही भी है, कि हमारा रोड सेफ्टी में हम लोग बहुत अच्छी सड़कें बनाते हैं, बहुत स्पीड से लोग चलते हैं, लेकिन जब एक्सीडेंट्स की बात आती है और एक्सीडेंट्स के बाद फैटलिटी आती है, उसमें हम पूरी दुनिया में नेगेटिवली जाने जाते हैं। रोडें हम बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, एक्सप्रेसवे से आप चलते हैं, बट आप हमारे FOB को आप देखेंगे, क्योंकि एवरीबडी ईच वन ऑफ यू इज ए यूजर ऑफ अ रोड, तो एक FOB को जब आप देखेंगे तो एक पुराना स्लैंग मुझे याद आता है, एक मुहावरा कि बाबा आदम के जमाने का बना है, राइट? बना है तो उसका कहीं हार्डली जितनी लोग सड़क पर चलते हैं, हमेशा आप उसको जो FOB को बैरन ही देखेंगे। यू आर वेरी लकी अगर उस पर 4-5 आदमी चलते मिल गए आपको। तो जैसा भी प्रेजेंटेशन देख रहा था, आप जहां एफओबी होगी वहां पर, इफ आई एम सो टू से अलाउड टू से, आदमी वेंजियन से क्रॉस कर रहा है उसको यार, क्योंकि एफओबी हमने जो बनाई है, राइटली सो, रैम बनाया नहीं, ओल्ड एज का आदमी है तो उसका एस्केलेटर नहीं बनाया हमने। दूसरा, एफओबी बनाया कहाँ? जब लाइक यू गाइस वाज टेलिंग अबाउट द स्मार्ट लोकेशन, एक्चुअली क्या है, वो व्यापार मंडल आके उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, यहाँ बन जाना चाहिए, मेरी दुकान के सामने ना बने, नहीं मेरी दुकान चली जाएगी यार। I mean, there are so many considerations here. Right, you were saying कि तो appropriate locate नहीं हुआ। That's why this, ये जो आज hackathon है, इसका जो, I mean, practically everybody will be winner because you guys are presenting it so well. But it'll go a long way in the nation building. मतलब आप सब लोग जो आज इसको प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, NHAI के इतिहास में, एनल्स में आप लोगों का नाम तामीर किया जाएगा। So it's not a question of 2 lakh, 1.5 lakh, 50,000 and so. What practically we'll do? Definitely we'll select 1 to 3, but we'll gather idea from all presentations, because something is unique in some presentations, everybody's. I'm sure HOI इस तरह के और initiatives पे हमारे साथ आगे आएगा। HOI हुआ, और there are so many organizations. I mean, you know, नेशन में हर आदमी इज डूइंग इनोवेटिवली एंड यू नो डूइंग प्रेटी वेल इनोवेटिवली। जरूरत क्या है, सरकार के साथ उसको आने। नेशन हमारा है यार, अगर जितना भी हम इससे रिसोर्सेज बचा लेंगे, एफओबी बना ना, पैसे लगे ना उसमें 2.5 करोड़ रुपए, अगर इस्तेमाल नहीं किए तो किसका पैसा खराब हुआ? इट्स नेशंस मनी यार, इट्स आवर्स मनी, इट्स टैक्स पेयर्स मनी। उसकी जगह दूसरा बनेगा, पैसा लगेगा। सो व्हाट इज नीडेड कि organization like HOI, other bodies who wants to collaborate and they think that they contribute in the journey of national building of national highways, we welcome all of them, and definitely we'll partner with them and we'll try to find best solutions. Once again, a big thanks to HOI and all participants and jury. Shukriya.
With your permission, we will have a group photograph of all the national finalists. The finalist students के साथ हम ऊपर जाएंगे। Members sir, ready sir? हमारे सभी फाइनलिस्ट स्टूडेंट्स आ जाइए प्लीज क्विकली। कुछ एडजस्टमेंट करना पड़ेगा। एक बार थोड़ा रोटेट कर
Thank you, sir. So I request all students be seated. And we are starting with the next presentation. So buddies can stay back.
Aman. Aman.
So good afternoon, everyone. Today we would be presenting on transforming spaces around FOB. Our study would focus mainly on the behavioral aspect, and this would be the layout of our presentation for today. Looking at the current stats that have been posed to us, the data from NCRB states that for more than 20 to 30,000 pedestrians are affected on a daily basis when it comes to traffic. World Health Organization further predicted for most of the road accidents, 22% of the road users are the pedestrians themselves. This makes us pose the question, why is the safety of the pedestrian at direct risk? As we can see, the cyclists as well aren't spared from the threats to their safety itself. In the most of the road accidents, 45% of the people affected were either on two-wheeler motorized vehicles. Furthermore, we see the FOBs, which were once considered as the safety net for the pedestrians, have been reduced to the billboards in the sky. Today, in our study, we would be trying to study the behavioral aspect as to why there is a resistance in using of the FOB and how we can make FOB more pedestrian friendly in general. Looking at the challenges posed to us, we can see that the cyclist and other cyclists are ignored when we consider the FOB in general. The FOB placements further are dictated more on the basis of vehicular traffic than the pedestrian needs, as we had concluded from our survey and literature study. The design also has fallacies when it comes to considering the pedestrian density. So we are able to observe that in some areas with high footfall, the bridges are too clustered, while others they are rarely used. Also, the one cause of resistance that we see is that the pedestrians find it rather more time consuming. On an average, 3 to 5 times is the time taken by the pedestrian to use an FOB than direct jaywalking. When it comes to age-associated stigma also, people with old age find it difficult to use steep stairs. Furthermore, we can see that this further leads to deterrence in the use of FOB. Disability, people with disability further find it challenging to use the stairs, for there are no ramps available for the direct use. So moving on, some of these solutions that have been implemented over time were use of penalties to motivate people to use the FOB. However, people see it only a one visited time, and it further leads to low deterrence when it comes to it. For an economic factor can be associated is the tight schedules, which most of the people are on when it comes to commute. So talking about the behavioral solutions that we have been putting forward would be to make FOBs more practical in usage. That would be directly associated by making it more of a communal space to help people get associated with as a place of gathering as well. Safety is another factor. Women and elderly have reported that they find directly associated with use of FOB. As we can see in the given chart provided, influence of light further increases the awareness of safety in the people heart. For direct visibility, help them counter any danger that might be possible. Increasing barricading would further discourage people from jaywalking. Informational features like FAQ and signage would also direct people to the nearest FOB. For in our survey, we also concluded people weren't aware if there was FOB in their daily pathway within the 500 meters of where they were standing in general. For this, our idea is simple. We will start with strategic placement, studying the high demand location and transit integration. It would help us decide the facilities and the crowd density we would be directly dealing with. Inclusive design would include ramps and elevators and cyclist lanes, which would help with designing the FOB based on the crowd we are dealing with. Further, we would take into consideration engineering parameters also with employing AI barriers and IoT sensors to basically help people, and also alert the nearest police station in case they notice any misdemeanor when it comes to any suspicious activity on the FOB as well. The challenges posed can be seen over here: resistance to behavior, regulatory urban planning, vandalism, maintenance and technological changes for making people more adaptive to these technologies, technical feasibility and high cost. So this would be our plan for phase-wise implementation. Deploying IoT sensors and solar-powered lighting would be our first phase, which would help us get an idea of what challenges we might be acquiring in further development. Phase 2, we would look forward to public-private partnership and see smart FOB deployment connecting many transit hubs in commercial areas. Phase 3 would be more focused on optimization and moving on to tier 2 cities further. And it would also further facilitate navigation, making more pedestrian friendly. Long-term would be enhancement of urban aesthetics as well as usability of public space, increasing footfall and reducing traffic congestion. Short-term benefits could be seen as improved pedestrian safety, better accessibility, and higher compliance with pedestrian routes. Here's the case study. Purva will take over from here.
So for case study, we took Sikandarpur Metro Station in Gurgaon, which is a crucial interchange between Delhi Metro Yellow Line and Rapid Metro, serving over 3 lakh to 5 lakh daily commuters. Despite its importance, it lacked infrastructure. Other than that, there are broken footpaths, overcrowding, and encroachment by auto drivers, vendors, and beggars, which further make it difficult for pedestrians to make the crossing. Lack of transparency. Transparent materials are absent, which restrict the natural surveillance. Broken footpaths and jaywalking are observed, and safety risk, especially for women. The footpath is very low lit, and in the late evening, it is very risky for women to cross. What we are proposing is footpaths can be widened and repaired, providing safe walking, maintenance of elevators and escalators, AI predictive maintenance, separate parking for autos, and a deploy traffic personnel to manage and streamline vehicular movement around the station. Other than that, we observed Mexico City, in which pedestrian corridors are made broader by using conical structures. Safety measures such as improved lighting can be implemented, clear signage, navigation kiosks can be there, which will provide navigation assistance to the pedestrians. Then we are also looking for the gamification and incentive-based compliance. You can see the interactive signboards. Smart nudging for pedestrian compliance. AI-driven digital signage. Head to the FOB. Jaywalking is dangerous. Sensor lighting will save and provide green energy. Then we have included how we can integrate our solution to the DMRC app. People are using metro, and due to high footfall, FOBs are there. So we can provide navigation for the footfall footover bridge as well. These are the references.
We are looking for transforming the Sikandarpur metro station into a model pedestrian zone. Thank you.
Here's a question I have. Can you go back to the slide where you have shown before and after scenario? So I see that there is certainly an improvement because you have an elevator shaft, but there is no ramp even in this particular design. And practically, it is much easier to go on a foot over bridge if there is a ramp present instead of stairs. So why would you not include ramp here? What is the reason that you have stairs?
So on the other side, if you can see, there is a ramp with the landing space provided on the other side.
That's a ramp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, team. So now we have our last team for today, Hackathonist. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, esteemed judges. My name is Saksham, and I, along with my teammate Vineet, are here for the sake of putting our idea forward in enhancement of FOBs. So there's a question. Why do people risk their lives darting across highways when pedestrian routes are made for them? Why the safety infrastructure made for them goes being unnoticed? The truth is, it's not just lethargicness, but it is also on poor design, broken system, and lack of empathy in urban planning. So for this, me and my teammates, being a member of Team Hack Athletes, are here to present our idea, Next Gen FOBs, a smart and sustainable step towards safety. So here's a quick roadmap of what's coming next. Coming to this, we have conducted a survey of over 50 plus users in near the Chandigarh University FOB, and the results were very eye-opening. So what the result says, 26% raise accessibility challenges of steep stairs and lack of ramps, while 22% reported safety issue of dim lighting and no CCTV, while 21% said detour were too long, and they were focusing on unsafe shortcuts, while the rest were, for the broken infrastructure and the poor enforcement. And with this, we are here with our first solution. Let's get into a movie-like scenario. First chapter is Rise of Green Energy. In this era where everyone is behind saving traditional fuels, we come up with an idea of sustainable energy, whereby installing solar panels on foot-over bridges, we can provide power supply for lighting, escalators, fans, and even charging stations, ensuring safety, accessibility, and energy saving. What would be the impact by this? Firstly, there would be lower bills and greater green footprints, uninterrupted services for the pedestrian users, and fully scalable across multiple locations. Now coming to next, here's what our second chapter is, the mind's path, smart moves. Well, this is about behavioral nudges, where we would be planning to make 3D illusions, and would be like making a LED display where we could be showing like accident footages Actually, we have conducted a survey, basically a case study, where we have got some users who were jaywalking, and we showed them the video of road accidents. And guess what? The very next step was they were using the FOBs. So this would be one behavioral nudges where a person might be like seeing to the road accidents, and they would be like, no, I should use that FOBs. So why it matters? Firstly, it reduces the accident, creates a stress-free environment, and thirdly, it is cost-effective. Now over to you, Vineet.
So as all the solutions proposed by my teammate, the next proposal is that as we are from the Gen Z, we love the aesthetic looks. So we are proposing a solution. Could you please turn off the video? I have to show something. So here, what is the art of atmosphere? The things that look attractive, we used to tend to go there itself. So what we are doing is the local arts and murals. Every city or every district must have their own culture, must have their own history. So what we are trying to have is we can collaborate with the local arts colleges, humanities colleges to build the paintings on the murals, build the paintings on the FOBs, so that it can be more attractive in such a way people used to click the photos. We will be getting to the video on the same. And what the thing is, just like in the highways, the various painting, when I travel to Kurukshetra, my home district, I used to see various kind of paintings of Mahabharata. So which we can add is the QR also on the painting, so that people can easily see what the scenes of the Mahabharata, so that this can be much more engaging. This can be the impact that it will be the more aesthetic look. And again, next one. So the other one is which all the teammates what I've asked for the safety cameras, surveillance, the setting areas, the mist fence. I am adding onto it for the same, just like the hydration zones, the rest zones, the charging stations, these all the things. But the main thing in India is problem is basically we are implemented and we have given all the solutions basically for all the same, for all the sake. But main thing is implementation and the follow-up of the things. We try to introduce the solar panels, we try to introduce something, but we are not taking the follow-up for the same. But the main problem comes here, and we have to follow up for the, basically we can collaborate with PPP friendship, and basically for the local municipalities, municipal corporation, this can also be the case, which we can contribute with it. Next slide, please. So let's map how a user, when he will be walking through the FOB, how he'll be experiencing. Firstly, he'll be getting mood, lighting, and AI ways, AI music, and then he'll be moving forward with the local arts and murals, then resting zones. As you can see, the resting zones, the fans and the escalators and the FOBs, and over the CCTVs and all the things, and escalators and lift for stepping down. So these are what I made it for the visual comparison. And before it was just the FOB, which we have introducing the local interactive murals. Just like this, we have maintained with the help of our. Then second one is sitting and charging stations. What we have developed is the things. The next one, please. This is the accessibility of the lift, and you can see the people. This thing is one problem which the case study, please. Next one. The case study which we conducted a survey our 50+ users, and what we have identified is various are the problems for the same. Just like you can see broken stairs, the garbage. A bus stop is built in front of the FOB. So this can be the case, so that people have to walk 200 meters more to get into the FOB. So that's the case. That's why people are not using the FOB. So next one. This is the video just for 1 minute we have made up. Could you please allow us to do the same? This is the video which we have implemented. Every day, pedestrians struggle to cross busy roads safely. Real-life case studies reveal why people avoid foot-over bridges, FOBs. Pedestrians struggle to cross roads safely. Many avoid foot-over bridges, FOBs, due to poor design and accessibility. Blocked access, broken stairs, garbage, and poor lighting make them inconvenient and unsafe, especially at night. Slippery floors during rains add to the risks. It's time for change. Welcome to Next Gen FOBs, smart, safe, and sustainable by Team Hackathon. Escalators provide easy access, while digital screens below remind pedestrians of road accident risks. Inside, clean pathways, resting zones, mist fans, CCTV, and bright lighting for safety. Local murals make FOBs engaging, and lifts ensure accessibility for all. With these innovations, FOB usage could rise by 70%. A practical, cost-effective solution for pedestrian safety. This isn't just a bridge, it's the future of safe mobility.
Thank you.
So let's make very clear that here, no matter what the result would be, I pledge in front of everyone sitting out here that I would be investing my significant time in educating people about how to use FOBs, not only FOBs, but how to follow road safety rules, and try to encourage them to follow road safety rules. As we are younger generation, and if we decide to have a change, we would be already there. So participation in this event for the sake of recognition was secondary thing, but the primary thing for both of us was making a change. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
One quick question, like you spoke about the murals, that is nicely you tried to understand, give it. What is your take on murals being put on the stairs, on the both sides of the stairs? Will it not become a distraction when the person is climbing down, or whether he is using your proposed escalators and all? What is it? Because we find it in some of the roads, what as you are telling in Kurukshetra, they have put on the roads. Generally, do you recommend to put it on a road first and foremost, as a person who want to conceive something for the safety to be enhanced, such
Sir,
kind of things?
Sir, basically it's not on road, it's on FOB. So right.
I'm asking, you told.
Yes, sir. I
gave
talked-
the example.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
I
telling.
gave the example for the Kurukshetra itself. It's just for the basically the look, the thing which this can be a case because people used to see the FOB, but they are being distracted. There are many other ways to being distracted, but that could give the aesthetic look and the better look to have in engaging and make it better look aesthetic way. That's what I was it to say. And talking about your second question about the key we have to install on the ramps and all the things, I think that could not be a case, but we will be developing it onto the area, so we won't be developing it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any other questions from jury?
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all students present here. Thank you, jury.
Moving forward, we will now have a panel discussion. Crossing the divide, technology and policy for pedestrian and vulnerable road users, inclusive highways. The panel chair is Shri Rajiv Agrawal, former Chief General Manager, NHAI. Shri Rajiv, I request him to please come on the dais. He's a graduate in civil engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, Delhi. Having 40 years of professional experience for execution of major infrastructure projects like national highways and expressways, tunnels, powerhouses, dam and spillways. He is a holder of Guinness World Record in highway construction for execution of 84-kilometer highway within a period of 109 hours. He is certified road safety auditor and worked for road safety awareness and engineering for several road projects. And finally, he has worked with NHAI for about 25 years. So big round of applause for Mr. Rajiv Agrawal. The other panelists are Dr. Roshan Jose from Save Life Foundation. Dr. Jose is the Associate Director, Projects at the Save Life Foundation, where he leads the implementation of Zero Fatality Corridor and Zero Fatality District initiatives across India. A road safety specialist with a PhD on crash risk patterns and highway operations, Dr. Jose has worked extensively on speed management and vulnerable road user protection. I welcome him with a huge round of applause. Next panelist is Mr. Mark Seto, CEO Abertis. where he leads company operations in the country as well as road safety. He is bringing the knowledge on highway management and best practices of Abertis Group to improve the efficiency on Indian roads. In his 16 years of work experience in India, he has worked in infrastructure and energy projects in almost all the states, giving broad knowledge on common issues and behavioral both in urban and rural areas. A big round of applause. Have a seat, please. Next panelist is Mr. Vicky Pagare, Head HSE ESG. Mr. Pagare is a health, safety, and ESG leader with over 15 plus years of cross-sector experience spanning oil and gas, power, and infrastructure. Currently serving as the head of safety and ESG at Highway Infrastructure HIT. Mr. Vicky has been instrumental in driving safety transformation across HIT's road network. And the last finalist is Mr. Kevin Chothani, Vice President, Head Safety, Health, Environment, Sustainability from Sakura India Management Limited, with over 22 years of experience in environment, health, safety, and sustainability across diverse industries, including infrastructure, asset management, highway and energy assets, chemical process industries, manufacturing, automatic research and development, heavy engineering, and construction projects. So a big round of applause for all the panelists now. And now I hand over the mic to Shri Rajiv Agarwal.
हेलो हेलो स्वागत, आभार और अभिनंदन सभी प्रतियोगियों का भी, यहाँ बैठे हुए सारे जूरी का भी, और बाकी जितने भी रोड सेफ्टी एक्सपर्ट्स आए हुए हैं उन सब का भी. आप all are comfortable in Hindi or should I start in English? Both mixed will do. So we are doing a lot of work in road safety since beginning, but nothing concrete we are observing on the ground. If you see, last year the fatal accidents 70,000 amounts to around 600 aircraft. You can very well imagine if one aircraft goes missing and had an accident, then what sort of inquiry is going on? People take 10 years to find out where and why and how this accident has happened. But we are sorry to say that still a lot of things has to be done in India regarding this road safety. Initially, we thought that we should go on the road safety, but the topic which was given was only for the footover bridges. So we have divided for a discussion point of view in 4 stretches. Mr. Mark will be telling you about the policy and planning. Mr. Kevin will be share his views on technology and innovation. Mr. Vicky will be telling about the design and implementation. And the most important, Dr. Roshan Jose will be telling you about his experiences of public engagement and behavioral change. So not taking much of your time, I just hand over the mic to Mr. Mark to start and share his views regarding policy and planning.
Hi, good afternoon already to everyone. Thank you for sharing. First of all, thank you all the students for all the effort that you have put on doing the change on just walking on a footover bridge and start looking at it and trying to understand why or how. That is a great step that I really think that not only the ones that you are present here, also the other ones that they have presented the project, all of these 4,700, they have done this step, and now we can keep sharing this kind of way of seeing how pedestrians behave on the roads. First of all, thanks you for the opportunity to be part in this panel to discuss on the policies that take care of the vulnerable users. See, first of all, from my point of view, we are all vulnerable users. Some of them more exposed, the other ones less exposed, like in a vehicle or in a bus, you're more protected, but all of us were at risk. And we all depend on, not only on ourselves, we depend on the vehicle mechanics, but we depend that who else is coming nearby us. That's the key part that we have to address. In road safety, there are two critical aspects. One is the design part for the future roads. The other thing is the actual reality that we have with the existing roads. And for both of these kind of typologies, you have two aspects. One are short-term measures, the other one are long-term measures. Short-term measures are something that you really need. Before we're discussing, some of the jury members were asking, okay, and when will happen this? When we start doing things? Like, we need to start yesterday, not tomorrow, not in 6 months, but yesterday we need to start taking actions. Otherwise, the accident and fatalities keep piling up. Long-term measures are needed. Yes, require planning, but we cannot just rely on being slow and having discussions between state government, central government, this department, this other department. That is what is making us slow on understanding, on getting valuable data. That's one of the core problems, that we don't have reliable data from all the departments that are part of this road safety. One of the major gaps that there is that there is no alignment on following the policy. I'm not even talking on state-wise or central-wise, I'm talking stretch-wise. There are stretches that some policies are adopted here, but not there. Why? What is the problem in here? Is it the understanding of the policy? If it's the understanding of the policy, is it based on the opinion of, in our case, PIU office, on this district, on that other district? Are these the real challenges that we have, this lack of communication between the departments? From my point of view, this is one of the biggest. This is one of the biggest. Probably other colleagues will not agree, or yes, we'll see. But for me, this is one of the biggest challenges. The other big challenge is the part on that also Minister Gadkariji keeps emphasizing, the DPR. The flaws on the DPR that, see, if you check the root of the issue, what is a highway? Highway is a road for high traffic communicating point A to point B. The origin of highway is nothing less than initially a path for cattle, that it has been evolving, then for pedestrians, then for vehicles, non-motorized, motorized, paved road, and now it's a highway. Difference is the pace of this change, how fast the country grows, so this transition can be absorbed and adapt with all the measures. That's one of the key aspects. And the design of the highway is where you have the best opportunity to provide safety to the vulnerable users. If you are able to segregate high-speed vehicles from vulnerable users at the design part, I'm not saying that 100% of the problems will be avoided, but a big chunk of it, yes, because you remove the vulnerability of the design, you remove it from the beginning. So that's, from my point of view, is one key aspect. And as a second part of the discussion that I was proposed to discuss is to compare how we target, let's say, these kind of issues in Western countries compared to India. See, the first thing I want to state is that we have the same policies. There is no much difference, just bits and pieces. Biggest difference is enforcement and behavior. It's always like this, that there's this saying on the, you prefer the stick or the carrot? Well, depends on the day. But the biggest thing is that we have mostly the same policies. See, in my case, I'm from Spain, small country in the south of Europe. And over there, or in general in Europe, pedestrians are not allowed on the highways. So that's a big difference. Then you have the foot over bridges. There's a huge consciousness of the population that you cannot walk wherever you want on highway. You have to use the pedestrian. This comes from schooling. This comes from education. And education is a long-term measure that takes a long time to be implemented and to be really part of the society. That's a core value. The short-term measure that sadly has worked a lot is the stick. You do something wrong, you're gonna get caught, you're gonna get paid for, you're gonna pay for it. You for sure will not repeat it. That's a hard word of learning that lately in the last years has been reduced a lot, but also the number of fatalities. The number of fatalities that we have for pedestrians, for example, in highways in Europe is less than 1%. It's quite remarkable, there's difference, but all of this, almost 1%, all of them is not a single pedestrian walking on the highway. It's someone who had a car breakdown, came down and was run over. So this kind of different kind of concepts that you know that you cannot be there, it's applied. And this is the biggest long-term thing that we have in India. One is the DPR, the other thing is the change on the behavior. And this is something that all of us, with all the initiatives that we do as concessionaires, as HOI, as NHAI, to keep promoting awareness on road safety, this is the long goal. But the short goal is the toughest one, because that's yesterday, it's today, it's tomorrow. And during this time that I've been speaking to you all, take a guess how many people is no longer with us in our roads. That has to change. That has to change.
Thank you, Mark. Actually, what Mark has spelled out, basically, earlier we were also having the issues in our DPRs. The total attention which was required for the pedestrian was never given. At that time, then we started making changes in our DPRs. And now we are encountering all these foot-over bridges or underpasses, everything. We are taking into account to construct an highway. But major challenges are still there, how to guide the people to use them. That is the biggest challenge still. Now I would request Mr. Kevin to speak about his views on technology and innovation.
So before starting technology, I want to just say basic fundamental. Be frank and say that how many are say that we have 100% use wherever the FOBs are there. Just raise your hand. So you can see hardly 10%, right? So that's even we understand. We consider ourselves in terms of, well, we are great compared to the others. We think that, okay. But the reality is there, many times the infrastructure is there. Still, we think the better infrastructure is to go crosswalk and take a shortcut. So that's what normally we see that behavior, right? Now, when I've seen the most of the crossings, and you discuss a lot of things on technology. So I will little bit touch upon those technologies part. But have you ever seen that in highways? Because most of you covered more on the urban areas. Have you ever thought on where the major fatalities happen? Someone has said there are 1,500 people are in rural area, right? Somewhere in the presentations. Now, this 1,500, are we thinking on that? What we are doing for that? Any thought on that? So, important part in highways, because highways are not designed for pedestrian crossing, first of all, right? That's what I think sir said. I think in DPR, they're also putting a lot of things. What type of, right type of FOBs, I think you have covered a lot of things. What are the best way where FOBs can be used? Like in railway, how many people are using FOBs? Mostly 98%. Why? Because there are no options, right? There is no option. So even and now they've added now escalators, elevators, and a lot of things they've added for better for the disabled or maybe for the differently abled people, right? So I'm talking about that, and what the best solutions can be done as a basic fundamentals. What technologies can be taken? Understand first of all, like when we have a 10 highways across India, we always see that where the major people are possible crossings are there, right? So there may be some hotels, there may be some schools, or there may be some industrial areas, like in some of the location in Gandhidham, where we see that industry people are taking the 6 lane, right? 3 lanes from this side and 3 lanes from that side, almost 6 lane to be crossed by some of them. They're habitual to do that now. Now what I can do best, I can put a lot of big fencing so people cannot go there. So what they will do, they will try to make something, damage it or something like that. Second option, best alternative is the FOB can be designed, which is well structured way, where we can enforce them to use it FOBs, right? If you enforce it, the results will come automatically, right? There's always the next way to go it. The second aspects on outside of the technology I'm talking, because recently we had a very good initiatives have been taken in one of our asset which called Rajkot to Wadinar Highway. Normally during this festival, they call Full Dole Festival, if you know someone. So normally a lot of pedestrians cross and they go to the Dwarika. Now there will be in the lakhs of people, and they normally walk in the night time or late evening time. Now how we can control this pedestrian do not hit with the vehicle? So this time we have done a lot of initiatives. They're all administrative, not a tech. There are few are technological, but most of our administrative controls. And the major controls, what we have done, every camp we went there and we asked them that why it is important to walk on the left side. And the second initiatives we have taken to make sure this vehicle users, we tell them don't go into the slow line side, drive on the fast lane side because they might be walking on around that area. Second thing, we put it on a lot of things on the reflectivity, where increase that. So in terms of jackets, in terms of small labels and everything. And this year we have achieved zero fatality. So, but I can say that a lot of efforts have been done on the reflective bollards and everything have been placed near the camps and everything. So I'm just talking about that, what we want there, right? So the solutions are there. The important part, how best you can detect it, where the pedestrians are more crossing. Then you can put all the type of technology you use, AI, use whatever the technology you want to use it, whether you want to V2X, all the technologies can be used it. But the important part is we have to understand what the problem is there. And the second aspect, this is what you can adopt the right technology, right? I think we can go to the next question, I think.
Yeah, I think Vicky has said rightly. There is a famous proverb, we can take a horse to the sea, but we cannot make him drink. All the presentations made in all 10 presentations, they were very nice. People have given, we'll put this type of lights, we will put QR code, we will do this, we will do that. But nobody has suggested. These are very small type of measures, which in Indian context, if you see and you place them in a mall, then you definitely will find a lot of persons will be going and seeing the QR code and playing the quiz and everything, etc. But as far as this FOB is concerned, these type of small measures are not practically going to make a much of change. The reality is that what he said, we have to make some laws and rules to prevent the people to cross the right. Otherwise, when you have to, for just crossing a distance of 50 meters, if you have to cross 450 meters, then definitely people are not going to take. One of the contestants in the morning said this, that people are definitely not going because this is a human nature. Everybody wants to be on the minimum side. They want to conserve all their energy and want to use the least path. So it's an engineering principle and we are following it since ages. And how you can expect suddenly from a pedestrian to use a 450 to walk 450 meters just to cross a 50 meters, unless until there is a deterrent. If somebody has seen the Noida, you will find the medians are now raised to 1.5 to 1.75 meter height where people cannot climb even. And that is the only one reason people are now using the footover bridges there because they cannot climb. Or they are made of the concrete, so they cannot be even broken also. People can try, but they are not being broken. So such type of measures exactly we require in all our places. There are challenges even for the urban, there are most challenges. There are shops we will not find. All I've seen the fancy design in the morning, but if you are going to place it on the urban areas where urban population is there, you won't find a place to place all those features which you are trying to make. So that is another challenge. And then move to the third panelist, Mr. Vicky, and he will share his views on design and implementation.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I think my topic, design and implementation, most of the points were covered by students today morning. So there is a very few things remaining, but I will try to give my perspective. But before that, I would like to just share with you one thing, why this topic of pedestrian safety is very close to me. Because I had a friend, very close friend in my student days. I lost him due to this accident on highway. He was trying to cross the road and one day he was not there. He was so close to me that we used to share everything and he was like a family to me. One day I got the news in the evening that he is no more. He was crossing the highway for going to college and a truck hit him and we lost him. So that is the reason this topic is very close to me. Coming back to the topic, so I will try to cover it into two sections. One is the selection of infrastructure for the crossing and second is the usability. Okay. In terms of selection of infrastructure, you know, there are three things: FOBs and under crossings and then at grade crossings. Okay. So FOBs are constructed at a very high speed corridors
undergrade crossings are done at when the FOBs cannot be placed, and then at grade crossings are the places where there is a very low speed traffic, there is a junction, there is any school or something. Okay. Having said this, there should be two more criteria for selecting the infrastructure. That's what I feel. One is the data-driven approach. In the data-driven approach, I feel we should analyze the locations where there is high footfall. We should be analyzing the black spots specific to the pedestrian fatality, wherein people cross a lot and have undergone the accidents. And the third and most important thing is that selection should be based on a human-centric factor. Okay, because these FOBs or the crossings we are making for humans. Okay, the main purpose of this FOB or the crossing is to save people, save humans. So I think we should take the views of the people residing along the highways, the communities residing along the highways, that where do they require the crossing exactly? Okay, how do they require it? What challenges they are facing in crossing the road or maybe using the existing FOBs or something. So that is one thing which I want to tell. Just an example in this, imagine that you are going to office and you are tired coming back home. You are getting down from a metro station and then you have to go to you have to catch a rickshaw or a taxi at the other side of highway. Okay, and then go home. But there is a FOB which is around 100-150 meter away from the metro station. Would you think that you will walk 150 meter, 150 meter there, take the FOB, cross there, and then actually, ideally, it should be done that way. But when a person is tired from his office and all the work, there are high chances that he will not care. He will just cross the highway and take his taxi or rickshaw and go back home. Okay. So that is the thing which I feel is that other than the engineering aspects, we should also have a data-driven approach, and the criteria should be human-centric. Okay. The second part of my this thing is that how to increase the usability of the FOB. There are many innovative solutions which we discussed today. So all those are very good and everything, but there should be some minimum requirements as well, which should be included in the standard itself while constructing the FOB, like incorporating the ramps, elevators, the FOB should be clean, the illumination should be adequate. So this should not be optional. This should be basically integrated in the SOP or the standard for constructing the FOB. Then if we come to the vulnerable road users, again, there are many pedestrian fatalities which are occurring to the vulnerable road users also. So we should have a separate ramp for them. The slope should be gentle. One of the solution which I had seen in the evaluation presentations also, they had given that we should have a braille signage or braille this thing so that the blind people can also see the direction, remember the directions and everything. There should be sounds, voice commands, and all those stuff. So this is all the two aspects which I feel, but like again, I want to spend some time on the human-centric aspect because that is many times ignored. Like the chairman sir also told some time back that there is a few reasons why the FOB is constructed, and those reasons mostly are not related to the communities residing there. Okay, so we should be connecting with them a lot. So that is one part of the solution. Then just remember that if you see the MORTH report, latest MORTH report which is there, the top two criteria of the, or the causes of the or the categories of the fatalities are by two-wheelers, and then there is a pedestrian fatality which is the most ones. Okay. What I feel is human life is not that least important. That the person who is just walking on a road, crossing the highway, and he is losing his life. Each person in this world is attached to somebody. He is there for something. And if he loses the life on road, there are many other lives affected after him. There are many people dependent on him. Okay, so it is high time that we should take pedestrian safety as a very important aspect of road safety, and we should work towards it. Just to sum it up, I would like to again reiterate that whatever the construction of the FOBs or the crossings which we are doing, we should have a integrated minimum requirements of ramps, elevators, etc. And also the selection of criteria should be more humor-centric and data-driven. Yeah, so that's from my.
Okay, and now I will request Mr. Roshan to tell you about the human behavior, because he works with the projects Save Life Foundations,
and they have done a lot of projects in NHAI and for the ministry to provide the zero fatality zones, how we can convert the maximum fatality into a zero fatality zone. So let us hear from him only. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be in the presence of such august company. And of course, the youthful faces of the students betray that they are students. And it's a pleasure to be with you. Let me start by saying about 2 decades and a couple of years ago, India had its first expressway built. It was connecting the outskirts of Mumbai to the outskirts of Pune. Roughly 95 kilometers long highway, no pedestrians allowed, no bikes allowed, no three-wheelers, no bullock carts, nothing. It was just meant for high-speed traffic. Over the years, it came to a realization that you need places for truckers to stop. And so near about 30 kilometers from the start of the expressway, they gave on either side of the road, state-of-the-art truck stop facility and car stop facility, such that if you go on the expressway now, you will definitely make a pit stop there. Clean toilets, McD, Subway, you name it, they have it. Buses stop there. Anything that goes long distances, they refuel there. Truckers stop there simply because truckers now can have a dormitory facility. Their tires can get repaired. The engine oil can be changed. Amazing. Over the years, Mumbai grew. Pune also grew. They grew so large that the expressway was no longer in the outskirts of the city. The city has engulfed parts of the expressway, both Mumbai and Pune. So now I'm having an expressway that starts somewhere in between the city. A good 2 decades later. The villages around the expressway also grew. Now, my good truck stop, it needed people to work there. And they hired the local villagers. The local villagers walk or they bike to the nearest point where they can get to the expressway. No bikes allowed. And then they walk across this 100 km/h speeding expressway to get to the other side so they can get to their place of employment. This is the challenge that the engineers here face today. What they have envisioned, what they have built over time, and with one of the greatest visions, slowly the use changes. And now you are addressing a very different problem from what you have been trying to envision. We at Save Life, we are a specialist non-profit organization that looks at road safety alone. We typically come when the problem has reached its ultimate stage, that this really needs to be fixed now. It has become a major issue. That's when we typically come in. We assess that particular section of the highway and we said, there is no way around this problem. You need to connect it with a foot-over bridge in such a way that the existing crossing point has to be retained. You cannot give it 100 meters away. And I think everyone has been and very rightly pointed out, and I think Vicky also definitely just pointed out saying that nobody is going to walk the extra 100 meters. Which then brings up a new challenge for the engineers. In face of their cost, the limited land that they have in most cases, and in face of all these challenges, now they're dealing with fickle human beings who have to cross the highway. Now, unlike motorists, where you can make some compromise, you say that the radius of curvature is not the sharpest of the sharpest, they'll still go along that. You make the tiniest of change, and the pedestrian will decide, I'm not walking 100 meters, crossing and walking back, I'm gonna jump. This is the reality that we deal with and the challenges that we have. Now, what we found in the work that we have done in UP, Assam, Maharashtra, what we have really found to work is there is no one-stop solution for this. And the engineers are now nodding, saying, yes, I really feel for them because it's more of a methodology to look at the problem and then propose some solutions to it. But typically what we have found is keep their desire lines there, which means where they typically cross from, try and keep it there. If you have to move it, start nudging the people. Nothing works in India without a nudge. You give them the correct FOB at the correct place, they don't have to detour. Even then, they would still prefer to walk in their old same route. So there you need a nudge. In some cases, the nudge comes in terms of big blockades that just simply prevents them from crossing. In some cases, like how Mark said, it comes from a little bit of enforcement, pushing them. We've also found a nudge comes from the community being a part of the building process. So they come, they paint on it, they touch upon this, and they feel like this is my subway, this is my footover bridge. Then they feel like using it more, something we have found. So if you were to ask me today, what is really required to get this work done, to make sure that pedestrians are going forward, it requires multi-level touch points. And so what we were discussing earlier, one is, of course, our target is to build highways at the fastest pace possible. At some point, our policy target should also be to make sure that fatalities have to come down, which I don't think at this point there's a very clear target given. Like you have 27 kilometers of highway built per day as a clear target, no more than X fatalities per day as a clear target. It's yet to be given. And if those targets are given, I'm sure the engineers will live up to it. There was a time in India, which I'm sure my younger generation will not even remember. There were no 2-lane highways. There was no 4-lane highways. There was no 6 or 16-lane highways. It was all bi-directional traffic, no median, across India. Now it's something I cannot even imagine, that a highway is undivided. I'll begin to question it. Why is the highway undivided? So there has been now generations after generation of students and children who have not even seen that India, and we have come there. So I know that we are going in the direction where we'll now reach where safety is going to be the most important aspect. The second thing after target is then, of course, the engineering bit, where engineers have to find the methodological solution rather than perhaps a stopgap solution. And the third is going to come from, again, from the younger crowd, hopefully, where you find the technical solution to it. So you are then able to analyze the data, which you have done so beautifully, and it was a real treat watching you present, where you say, hey, this is the actual problem on ground. Here is how you're supposed to look at it. And I had interaction with a few of them, and they say they are not civil engineers. And I was surprised to hear that they were not civil engineers. And I understand that not everyone comes from a pure civil background, which is very heartening to see, because we need non-civil engineers, we need urban designers, planners to look at the problem, to then say this is what really works, because it's not only on a civil engineer to find a solution, which does not typically remain in the motorized realm. This is a whole different realm, a whole different beast that we are tackling, and we need all the help we can get.
Thank you, Dr. Oshan. Since morning, you have been asking questions by the jury. So now I ask all of you, you can, with the shortage of time, we can take 2 questions from each panelist. And then some of my views I will express. So over to panelists and other esteemed guests or jury, whosoever want to ask questions from the panelist. Yeah, speak up. Go ahead.
So good afternoon. Thank you for the panel discussion. There are 2 things that was running in my mind throughout when I was
Question for whom?
Question, I think it's an open to all question. That one thing is, while thinking of the solution, I was also thinking that we should have ramps and everything in the existing FOB. But then came a thing in my mind that is it really feasible right now, because it has already been made, and will the road be allotted? Is it something that is already not being thought of? Why do I have to tell it that you need ramps? First, and second, when we are proposing those tech-driven solutions, there were a lot of good solutions which are heavily tech-driven. Is it really possible to see that happen in India? Because I think even my parents do not know how to use basic tech, and we just use Google Maps on a very basic level. So is that what you were looking for? Uh, I just want to know your side on this.
Yeah, I think this question can be much better answered by Professor Geetam Tiwari. I think she has been doing a lot of works in last 30, 40 years. I have been listening her name since beginning of my joining in NHAI or even prior to that. So I think we would request Professor Tiwari to speak on this issue.
Thank you. You really put me on spot. So your question is that all this AI, can it really be used in India?
Two questions, if I have to sum up. One, why is it why is it not on the
Exactly.
standing?
First one was that it is something very obvious that we should have ramp and accessibility issues addressed. Why is it not being done? Why is it not part of the standard? I think it's absolutely a very relevant question. It should be. Definitely, it should be. Does NHI have standards for making FOBs? Or we are in the
Yes.
process of making it now?
Actually, your exactly question. Since beginning, MORTs were having the provisions, but it was not followed by our design consultants, because it was never considered that pedestrian safety they have to actually look into. When we started finding out that the casualties are around 30% of the total fatalities in a year, then it comes to a very big amount of the fatalities. Then people started thinking about the pedestrian safety. Though these all chapters are there in all the IRC codes since beginning. When we were studying, even from that time, it was there, but nobody took this view on these aspects that this should also be. Because earlier, if you see, there were only 2-lane roads existed in India, and people have to travel. I have witnessed from Jaipur to Kishangarh is 90 kilometers. We used to take more than 8 to 9 hours. So making that road from 2-lane to 4-lane, that was a challenge, and we did it on a BOT basis, and I was the part of it, and we completed before schedule, and the contractor got a bonus of 58 crores on that road for early completion. But the major thing was, even at that time, people were so happy that the 2-lane road has suddenly become the 6-lane, and the vehicle are speeding from Jaipur to Kishangarh in just 1.5 hours instead of 8 hours. A lot of fuel saving, cost saving, vehicle saving, every type of saving was there. But basically, at that point of time, nobody has thought about the pedestrian safety. We were having some of the underpasses also. But exactly if you find, and if I correctly remember, we have not provided even a single FOB on that 90 kilometer. So that was the state of affairs. Though we learned from the mistakes, and we also, NHAI also has learned from the mistakes, and now it has become a priority that we are incorporating all the elements of this pedestrian safety in our DPRs. And our after these all international firms have joined in the this operation and maintenance of our highways, they are having such strict protocols that they are also maintaining. All these 4 people sitting here, and the HOAI head president and the secretary, everybody are so concerned about this type of safety, because in foreign countries there are specific rules for this. We were not followed in India those times, and they have been trained over there. So they are following their rules, and a lot of work is being done, and a lot has to be done. Earlier, definitely you said that people must have thought it, but actually there was a constraint from the, if I say from the government point of view, there were constraints about the finances also. Earlier, we used to have the money only for even not the money even for the maintenance of the national highways, and what to talk of the expansion. This only came when whenever late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee started this Golden Quadrilateral and North-South East-West corridor. Then money started flowing in, NHAI was created, and were giving the mandate to work on the business principles. Then only these type of things started. And from there, it is a history that we are working on such a long pace with such a great magnitude, and the roads are becoming really nicer and the safer also. Though fatalities still are 1,70,000, but if you compare the length of the road which earlier was, say, earlier the 4-lane road was around 4,000, 5,000. Now we have crossed even 60,000. 6 lanes, 4 lanes. So fatality, that way, if you compare, you will find that there are less number of fatalities. But fatality is a fatality. So even one person, if he's dying on the road, it's a bigger challenge for us. And that has to be addressed.
I think one very important thing that Dr. Roshan Jose said, and that really sums up the whole thing. We have to have targets for safety reduction. It is not good enough to say that we can construct 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers of road in a day. But we have to include, and automatically then the implementation of all the correct standards and methods will come. And that is what we have lacked from the beginning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other question, please?
Thank you, sir. So my question is revolving around the study of the other countries that are following the enforcement of laws regarding road safety. Like we see that Germany is said to be the fastest moving. Their cars are moving at a very high speed. Still, the accidents are very low compared to India. So is this road safety hackathon about the giving them basic facilities and then enforcement of the laws is more impactful rather than, as we can see that case study in Singapore said that they are building the FOBs at a convenient rates. There is no AI, no gamification, rather than they are providing the basic facilities and the convenient enforcement of laws is taking the factors. So in India, why we need to bribe them to save own life of the pedestrian?
I think Mark would be able to tell you more about this, but I can clarify you one thing. It is just like Australia. Suppose if you put Melbourne in Delhi, Perth in Delhi, all other cities, Adelaide in Delhi, all 5 cities in Delhi, almost the entire continent, and you will find the number of vehicles in Delhi is still more than that. If you are having number of vehicles and the less space, they are having the entire continent to walk over. But here you are having a very limited space. So comparison from the Western countries may not be proper, I would say, but still, yes, we should follow the best practices to avoid the accidents here, because even a single life is very costly and dear. Mr. Bak, please.
See, I'm going to reply majorly because of geographical proximity. I'm not from Germany, but yeah, in Germany, you can go really fast on the highway. I mean, if you have a Mercedes Maybach, you want to go at 350 per hour, go ahead. I've driven in Germany. It's damn scary because now I'm used to drive in India where maximum speed is 60, 70 safely. Then going in Germany, it's quite scary. See, the biggest difference, for example, I'm a biker, okay? Here in India, single license, you can drive whatever, it's in your hand. In Europe, it's not like this. You have a license for 50 cc. You want to jump up to 125, you need a license plus 2 years of experience. So practice leads you to perfection. I cannot give you a license and say, hey, there you have a Ferrari, take the Noida Expressway and enjoy. You are not capable of handling that much power and controlling the environment. What it comes with this is that with proper training, proper education, and proper road etiquette, yes, you can achieve, but it does not depend only to you. As I said before in my introduction, it depends on who is nearby you. Everyone is on the highway. So these factors sum to a high standard of road safety. That's the long-term measure. It's a long-term measure, but it's a basic one. It's a must.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, like that.
Yeah, just thanks, Mark. I would like to add to this. Just this thing, the same person who is in India crossing the road not using FOB, and that same person goes to UK or Australia or the countries you told, he will follow all the road safety rules. Okay, that is one more important thing you should know, because I was been in London also. Over there also, the Indians were there over there also. They were following all the safety rules in Singapore, everywhere. Okay, 2 reasons. One is the culture. Second is enforcement. The enforcement over there is very, very high and very strict. Okay, I'm not sure over here the enforcement we can make it that strict, but the culture plays a very important role in India.
Thank you, sir.
Also, just as saying before, we're talking about, I don't want to be the only one who's not jaywalking and going up. It's the same concept. You do what you see. If you see everyone doing something wrong, you continue doing it wrong. But if you see that everyone is doing something which is right, by default, you will try not to do it wrong.
Any other question, please? Yeah, please. Last question, and then we'll go with the concluding remarks.
What measures do you suggest? Firstly, because as Rajiv sir said to us some time back, we can take a horse to the pond, but we cannot make him drink. We as a nation have to generate or create the horses who go to the pond and drink the water themselves. And as Mr. Kevin asked some time back, how many of us really use the FOBs? Hardly 2-3 of us raise our hands. So isn't it really alarming for us as a nation, as the citizens of the nation?
So if I've understood the question correctly, the fundamental is that one of the things that we require is that awareness has to be done, and what's the best way to do it, if I was to succinctly put that. I want to top this off with another story, because stories always tell you what's happening. On the Bombay-Pune Expressway, it passes through Lonavala. Please sit, please sit. It passes through Lonavala, which is a hill station, Ghat. And there is at around kilometer 42 chainage, a 90-degree right turn on a 80 kilometers per hour highway, which typically most trucks cannot take. We knew that the trucks had to slow down to around 50 kilometers per hour, seemed reasonable. There was a set of thermoplastic bar markings. So for my non-engineering friends, rumble strips, or the things that go when you go over them, to make it simple. We had given them, it was ineffective. It was then thought, hypothesized, and then we decided instead of putting the normal ones, which is about 2.5 mm, we'll go with 2.5 mm, 10 of them. 5 mm, another 10. And then a good 1.5 mm, another 10 to 12. So when you go over them, even if you're a trucker, you're going to feel it. This is what we hypothesized, and we put it. And guess what happened? The truckers and the cars figured out if they speed up a little bit more, they will essentially jump from the to the next one. So they don't feel the shake as much. So I got the reverse of what happened. Now, this was a serious issue for us. Took our guys in, immediately removed all of them because this was a safety hazard. What was hypothesized and what was seen, Indian people behave very differently. And we changed the whole system and we put one speed camera. Bright flash. You can see from a kilometer away, the first guy who gets challaned, the guy standing 1 kilometer away will see the flash. My problem was rectified within half an hour. I have found over a period of time what really works for us as Indians for engagement and for raising awareness is enforcement. It surprisingly works wonders, be it for wearing your helmet, rear seat belts, overspeeding, you name it, we have it. I still have challenges in some areas, for example, and the area that you're dealing with right now, which is the footover bridge. So on the Agra-Etawah section, there are villages nearby, fields, people just cross. So the solution that was sought out to be was give a footover bridge. And the question that was asked by the larger team in Save Life was, how will you make a villager in UP with his sheep and his cows and buffaloes climb the footover bridge? We'll enforce it. How are you going to enforce against sheep? What are you possibly going to do that you're going to tell the sheep? You want to challan the sheep? You're going to challan the farmer? He's going to tell, okay, give it to me and he'll continue his way. That doesn't happen in Dubai or in Spain or in Germany. It's a whole different story there. But that's a problem that we need to fix and we're looking at it. But for all others, other than pedestrians, we have found enforcement to be the best motivator for awareness. Nothing tops that.
Well, to summing up this session, I would just like to share two stories. 1980, I was studying from Delhi College of Engineering, and my elder brother was in Delhi IIT. फ्राइडे को मेरे यहाँ मेस ऑफ होती थी, तो मैं खाना खाने के लिए अपनी साइकिल से आई यूज्ड टू गो टू IIT दिल्ली. मेरे को कभी 1980s के ट्रैफिक में ये महसूस नहीं हुआ कि मेरे को IIT साइकिल से जाने में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती थी. ऑलमोस्ट एवरी फ्राइडे यू कैन इमेजिन कि आई वाज गोइंग विद द साइकिल. नाउ यू कैन नॉट थिंक ऑफ नंबर ऑफ व्हीकल्स जितनी तरीके से बढ़ रही हैं. ऐसा नहीं है कि ये इशू को हम सॉर्ट आउट नहीं कर सकते. आप देखिए, ये रोड सेफ्टी चाहे वो पेडेस्ट्रियन के लिए हो, चाहे अपने लिए हो, चाहे हम लोग सब लोग व्हीकल ड्राइवर्स भी हैं, इट इज़ बेसिकली अ सेल्फ इम्पोज्ड डिसिप्लिन. हम लोग जब अपने मॉर्निंग में घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो घर में ताला लगाना नहीं भूलते ना. हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि घर में ताला लगा के निकले, जिससे कि हमारा जो 2, 4, 5 लाख 10 लाख का सामान घर में पड़ा हुआ है, इट शुड नॉट बी स्टोलन. बट हम अपनी लाखों करोड़ों रुपए की इस बॉडी को ऐसे मतलब बिहेव करते हैं कि अब कभी हम जरा सा पास करने के लिए उल्टा चलेंगे, कभी हम लोग हेलमेट नहीं पहनेंगे, कभी पुलिस के डर से हेलमेट को चढ़ा लेंगे. पेडेस्ट्रियन है तो हम लोग कभी भी कोशिश नहीं करेंगे कि हम उसको ले लें. 6 लेन रोड के ऊपर में जहाँ ट्रैफिक की स्पीड 120 किलोमीटर होती है, आपको पता नहीं चलता कि इवन ए फ्लैश ऑफ सेकेंड यू आर वाइप्ड आउट. तो वहाँ भी हम लोग क्या कहते हैं, इसको पेडेस्ट्रियन सबवे को लेने के लिए या पेडेस्ट्रियन फुट ओवर ब्रिज को लेने के लिए अपने आप को मोटिवेट नहीं कर पाते. बेसिकली इट इज़ अ सेल्फ इम्पोज डिसिप्लिन. अगर हम खुद जो है अपने साथ में इस चीज़ को शुरू कर दें, और अपने साथ में जो फेलो कोलीग्स हैं, फैमिली है, फ्रेंड्स हैं, अपने व्हाट्सएप और जो है सोशल मीडिया पे जितने ग्रुप्स हैं, सब में लोगों से इस बात की बात करें कि भाई वाई दीज टाइप ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स आर इंक्रीजिंग इन इंडिया, and we must make a mission. We should all, each and every person in India should come in a mission mode to stop and avoid this. Then only it can be done. The second part is the awareness. 1980s में दिल्ली में एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स थी. आपको शायद बच्चे बाद में जो हुए होंगे उनको नहीं मालूम होगा, but definitely the मतलब old younger generation with me, they all are knowing. सारी दिल्ली में एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी. क्या करते थे लोग, अपनी गाड़ी से कभी भी कोई केन हुआ, बॉटल हुई, कोई भी कूड़ा हुआ, सब बाहर डाल देते थे. इट वाज अ मैसिव कैंपेन रन बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टू स्टॉप ऑल दिस. राइट फ्रॉम द एजुकेशन स्टार्टेड, फ्रॉम द KG प्राइमरी और फर्स्ट क्लास, सेकेंड क्लास, एवरीबडी वाज टोल्ड कि दिस लिटरिंग इज ए बैड हैबिट. एंड आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड टू सी व्हेन आई पास्ड आउट इन 84, there was almost negligible type of incidents for littering in Delhi streets. It is only because of the children sitting in the vehicle, they started asking their parents कि भाई आप क्यों फेंक रहे हैं इसको गाड़ी से बाहर, आप अपनी गाड़ी में रखिए. मेरे को खुद याद है कि my parents used to keep the this thing polythene bag inside the vehicle just to throw the all sort of garbage in that and then threw it at the designated place. So that type of awareness is required. अभी तक हमारे यहाँ, मैं एक और भी एक फिक्की के कन्वेंशन में गया था, एक और जगह गया था. बेसिकली हमारे यहाँ ये चैप्टर्स आर रिक्वायर्ड टू बी एडिड. मॉर्निंग में मेंबर साहब ने कहा कि ये कुछ इस तरीके की कोशिश की जा रही है कि हम इसको राइट फ्रॉम द करिकुलम इस चीज़ को स्टार्ट करना शुरू करें. जब तक ये चीज़ हमारे बच्चों के माइंड में, हमारी यंगर जनरेशन के माइंड में, और हमारी इस ग्रोन अप जो है एजुकेशन में जो अभी हैं, ये सारे लोगों के दिमाग में जब तक ये नहीं आएगा कि ये इट्स अ बैड हैबिट एंड वी शुड केयर फॉर आवर बॉडी, इज प्राइसलेस, इसका कहीं कोई रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं है, इसका कहीं कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, देन ओनली दिस कैन बी इम्पोज्ड. एंड थर्डली, मोस्टली अगर हम क्या कहते हैं नहीं कर सकते आज की डेट में, तो वी हैव टू टेक द स्ट्रिंजेंट जो है डिटरेंट मेजर्स. अगर हम उसको इस तरीके से मीडियंस को बना दें जैसे पूरे नोएडा में बनाया गया है, you will find people are unable to cross. अभी भी उसके बाद भी कुछ enthusiastic जो मॉर्निंग वॉकर्स हैं आपको मिल जाएंगे क्रॉस करते हुए, बट द मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द पीपल आर नॉट क्रॉसिंग, क्योंकि वो अप्रोचेबल ही नहीं है. उसके ऊपर चढ़ना, उसके ऊपर बाहर जाके कूदना, दूसरी तरफ से गाड़ी आ रही है. तो वो एक ऐसी चीज है जिसको जब तक हम लोग नहीं करेंगे, जब तक ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है कि वो हमारे आईआरसी के स्टैंडर्ड से नहीं मैच करती, हम लोग मीडियंस को इतना ऊंचा नहीं बनाते, बहुत सारे उसके अपने जो है नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट्स हैं, बट स्टिल अगर हम अर्बन रोड्स में हैं जहां हमारी स्पीड्स को बहुत उतनी ज़्यादा नहीं है, तो अगर वहां पे हम लोग इस तरीके के मीडियंस का यूज़ करते हैं, कंक्रीट मीडियंस का यूज़ करते हैं, तो जो है वो जो है पेडिस्ट्रियन सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है। तो इट इज़ नॉट परमिटेड इन अवर आईआरसीज एंड ऑल दैट। हम लोग तो अभी सेमी रिजिड और इवन फ्लेक्सिबल की तरफ जा रहे हैं। वी आर नॉट यूटिलाइजिंग इवन द रिजिड पेमेंट, रिजिड बैरियर्स, बट हम स्टिल हमारे सारे नॉर्म्स हमें प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि ब्रिजेस के ऊपर हम लोग रिजिड लगाएंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि वहां पता है कि अगर एक गाड़ी अगर रिजिड से अगर हिट करेगी तो रुक जाएगी, वो नीचे नहीं गिरेगी, और अगर फ्लेक्सिबल होगा तो उसको तोड़ते हुए नीचे निकल जाएगी। तो सेम टाइप अगर हम लोग एटलीस्ट इन अर्बन एरियाज अगर हम इसको यूज करना शुरू कर दें तो वी कैन सेव लॉट ऑफ लाइफ्स। तो दैट इज
फाइनलिस्ट हमारे इंतजार में है।
जस्ट वन
रिजल्ट
सेकंड मोर,
अनाउंस हो।
जस्ट वन सेकंड मोर। जहां तक मॉर्निंग में बताया गया सेल्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात है, बहुत लोगों ने पीपीपी की बात की। पीपीपी से ये सारी चीजें नहीं चलती हैं, क्योंकि पीपीपी का मॉडल जो है इट इज जस्ट बेस्ड ऑन द रिकवरिंग ऑफ कॉस्ट। कॉस्ट रिकवर करना बहुत जरूरी है, अदरवाइज कोई भी चैरिटी के लिए कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सामने नहीं आती। दैट इज ओनली द गवर्नमेंट कैन डू। यस, गवर्नमेंट कैन प्रोवाइड, वी कैन यूज एआई। अब बनाने के बाद एआई यूज करने का क्या मतलब है? कोई मतलब नहीं है। एआई का यूज हम बनाने से पहले करें तब उसका मतलब है। सब लोगों ने कहा कि अब बनाने के बाद हम एआई यूज करेंगे और ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, इट हैज गॉट नो मीनिंग। हमको अगर एआई यूज करना है तो बनाने से पहले करना ना, भाई इसको यहाँ प्लेस करें कि यहाँ प्लेस करें। देन यू हैव टू कम ओवर टू द फिजिकल कंस्ट्रेंट्स। बहुत जगह आपको पता है कि वहाँ पे वो नहीं है, लैंड स्पेस है, लैंड कंस्ट्रेंट्स है, और बाकी लोगों का, जैसे चेयरमैन साहब ने मॉर्निंग में कहा कि व्यापार मंडल के लोग आ जाएंगे और उसके बाद में कहेंगे कि जो है साहब मेरी दुकान के सामने नहीं बनाइए। इट्स अ वेरी कॉमन फिनोमेना। सो हम लोगों के साथ बहुत सारे कंस्ट्रेंट्स हैं, इट इज नॉट ओनली द फाइनेंसेस। But anyway, this was a very nice and heartening to hear all the students from IITs, IIMs, and your presentations were extremely good. But the problem, our issue is even much bigger, much bigger. So, but it's a first step rightly taken by the HOAI in the right direction, and I hope that sooner or later we will definitely overcome with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nice
sir.
listening.
A very brainstorming session. To do the honors, I request Mr. Reddy to please come on the dais. नहीं, ट्रॉफी साहब के लिए मेमेंटोज हैं, मिस्टर अग्रवाल के लिए, मिस्टर राजीव अग्रवाल। मिस्टर विकी पगारे। मिस्टर मार्क सेटो। मिस्टर केविन चौथानी। and Dr. Roshan Jose. And a group photograph, please. A group photograph, please. Thank you very much, sir. Housekeeping team. So now it's time to felicitate, first of all, our evaluators who worked hard in selection of the entries in the initial rounds up to semi-final entries. So from Cube Highways, I don't know how many people are here. Mr. Anuj Matre. I request member administration and President HOAI, please come on the dais to felicitate. From Cube Highways, Mr. Anuj Maitre, Mr. Vatula Siva Babu, Mr. Mithun Apat, Mr. Akshay Sonwane, Mr. Abhinav Rawat, Mr. Shashank, Mr. Keshav Lunani. Those who are present here may come on the dais, please, to receive the memento. Mr. Sharad Sharma and Mr. Dheeraj Sethi from Cube Highways. From Highway Concessions, One Private Limited. From Highway Concessions, One Private Limited, Mr. Vicky Pagare and Mr. Rahul Ghadke. Mr. Vicky Pagare and Mr. Rahul. From Highway Infrastructure Trust, Mr. Anuj Kumar, Mr. Siram Ajay Kumar, Mr. Manoj Kumar Yelamalli, Mr. B. Manoj, Mr. Rohan Carvalho, Mr. Preetham, Mr. Priyesh Kumar Rathod. They are from Highway Infrastructure Trust. Colonel Sood from Highway Operators Association. Enterprise Investment Managers Limited, say Mr. K. John Sam, Mr. V. Durai Raj, Ms. Hemlata. Anyone? ISADC, from ISADC, Mr. Bhanu Prakash. From Maple Highways, Mr. Praveen Kumar. From Maple Highways. Mr. Srinivas from Safeway. From NHAI, Mr. B.M. Sharma and Mr. S.K. Popli. Now, members of the eminent jury, Mr. C.K. Sinha, Mr. Abdul Basit, Mr. Bovin Kumar, Mr. Pawan Parekh, Dr. Anup Vikal, Shri Manish Chitkara, Shri Sudarshan Popli, Professor Geetam Tiwari, Dr. Val Murugan, Srimati Nidhi Madan. Request all of them to please come on the dais to would request the jury to please stay back on the dais, please. We'll calling the finalists now. Ye collector. For the consolation prizes, Team Innovation Nation. For the consolation prize. Team Urban Eco. Sir, just a minute, just a moment, just a minute. The prize money also. Team Urban Eco. Team Road Warriors. Team Road Warriors. Team Sentinels. Team Achiever. Team Sentinels. Team Achiever. Team Buddy. Team Buddy. Then Team Hackathons. Team Hackathons. Now request remaining 3 teams to join us on the dais. Team Suraksha, Team Let Them Cook, and Team 54 FE RO4D5. These 7 consolation prizes, now we have 3 top ranking, first, second, third. I request Professor Geetam Tiwari to announce these top 3.
So, yes. So we have Let Them Cook team for third place. Congratulations. All right, so for second place, we have 54 FE RO4D5. Congratulations. And now a big round of applause for Team Suraksha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to the jury. Lastly, we would like to felicitate the working committee as well. So yes, jury can take their seats. Thank you. Colonel Rajiv Sood from HOAI, Mr. Dheeraj Sethi, Mr. Vicky Pagare, Mr. Ms. Pragya Gupta, and Mr. Rohan Vardhan from the working committee for this hackathon. Anyone left? So now, thank you very much, sir. Now for vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Suresh Kumar, General Manager, NHAI. ले जाओ नीचे, एक सेकंड सर, 2 मोमेंटोज अभी और रह गए हैं, मैं ढूंढ रहा हूं कि कौन फेलिसिटेट करेंगे। कर्नल सूद, आप प्लीज। Thank you very much, sir.
नमस्कार। विश्व स्वास्थ्य दिवस के सार्थक एवं महत्वपूर्ण मौके पर आयोजित राष्ट्रीय स्तर की सड़क सुरक्षा हैकाथॉन के ग्रैंड फिनाले इवेंट की अध्यक्षता करने एवं अत्यंत सारगर्भित आशीर्वचन के लिए मैं अपने विभाग यानी रोड सेफ्टी डिवीजन की ओर से अध्यक्ष NHAI को कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। मैं अपने मेंबर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन NHAI को उनके सतत प्रोत्साहन एवं विजनरी दिशा निर्देशन के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं हाईवे ऑपरेटर्स एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया के अध्यक्ष श्री हरकिशन के रेड्डी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी कर्नल राजीव सूद, वो HOAI हैकाथॉन वर्किंग कमेटी के कोऑर्डिनेटर श्री धीरज प्रकाश सेठी एवं समस्त कार्यकारिणी पदाधिकारियों एवं उनकी स्क्रीनिंग कमेटी को इस सफल एवं सार्थक आयोजन के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली, इस राष्ट्रीय स्तर की हैकाथॉन में प्रतिभाग करने वाले सभी इंस्टीट्यूट्स, स्टूडेंट्स वे उनकी मैनेजमेंट को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। विशेष धन्यवाद एवं बधाई आज के ग्रैंड फिनाले के सभी फाइनलिस्ट और वेरी स्पेसिफिकली प्रथम, द्वितीय एवं तृतीय स्थान प्राप्त करने वाली टीमों यथा सुरक्षा IIM शिलोंग, सेफ रोड्स IIT मद्रास और लेट देम कुक KIIT भुवनेश्वर को कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद। ग्रैंड जूरी के सदस्यगण श्री CK सिन्हा CGM एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन NHAI, श्री अब्दुल बासित CGM CO NHAI, श्री गोविंद कुमार CEO क्यूब हाईवे, श्री पवन पारिक CEO सेफवे, श्री मनीष चिटकारा CEO सेक्यूरा, श्री SK पोपली एडवाइजर रोड सेफ्टी NHAI, प्रोफेसर गीतम तिवारी जी IIT दिल्ली, डॉक्टर वेल मुरुगन चीफ साइंटिस्ट HOD ट्रैफिक इंजीनियरिंग एंड सेफ्टी CRRI एवं श्रीमती निधि मदान डायरेक्टर सिटीज एंड अर्बन लैंडस्केप राहगिरी फाउंडेशन को कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाने तथा अपना बहुमूल्य समय विजेताओं के सिलेक्शन हेतु प्रदान करने के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। बहुत ही एस्टीम्ड पैनल डिस्कशन की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए हमारे विद्वान अधिकारी फॉर्मर CGM टेक्निकल श्री राजीव अग्रवाल जी समेत सभी पैनलिस्ट यथा श्री विक्की पगारे, श्री मार्क सेटो, केविन चौठानी एवं डॉक्टर रोशन जोश का भी बहुत बहुत आभार। खासतौर से NCR रीजन और नजदीकी क्षेत्रों से शामिल होने के लिए पधारे समस्त रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिटर्स का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस हैकाथॉन के विभिन्न स्तरों पर अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान देने वाले इवैल्यूएटर्स का भी अत्यंत आभारी हूं। मैं NHAI के फील्ड में तैनात सभी ROs, PDs, टेक्निकल ऑफिसर्स जिन्होंने नॉमिनेशन किया इवैल्यूएटर्स वगैरह के लिए और बीच बीच में अपना योगदान देते रहे, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारी रोड सेफ्टी सेल के GM मिस्टर अरविंद काले साहब, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के GM मिस्टर रामाश्रय सिंह, कर्नल भानु प्रताप सिंह, IT डिवीजन के इंचार्ज CGM दीपक सक्सेना साहब और उनकी समस्त टीम का बहुत बहुत आभार। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।